of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. Yeah, no, it looks like to go live on Rumble, you have, for like you're saying, you have to do something on the Rumble side every time you set it up.
Yep, because they don't
Although
support
I guess,
it officially.
I guess if this, because we just use the same link here, then maybe we only have to set it up once, right?
No, because it failed.
It failed.
It just failed to stream to.
So I have the instructions on how to do it, but I guess next time we can do that. Definitely a good place to be over there on Rumble. Like they've had live streaming for a while now. We just never got around to activating it. What's going on, guys?
It's
chilling, enjoying my gains.
Enjoying your gains?
Yeah. Enjoying the gains, true.
Bawdy sold all his Monero. He's waiting to buy back in at 112.
Never 112.
That'd be an
Never
epic
below.
move. Ballsy as hell.
Yeah, I guess it was a hack. I expressed some doubt that maybe it wasn't, but it seemed like it. I mean, probably a big part of the price movement was a hack, but it definitely seems to be a hack.
Yeah, I think there's pretty strong evidence, right? That there was some old dude with an account on Coinbase.
Yeah,
Got
like
socially engineered.
He hadn't like moved his coin and said, yeah, maybe not quote unquote a hack, but yeah, like a compromise or a heist or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, he hadn't moved his coin for like, he had barely touched his coin over the years, and then suddenly, for no reason, splits it into like all of these tiny little amounts, and then supposedly he's on, he was on basically every.
Maybe get in touch with this guy. Get him on Monero too. I would love to hear who the
just rub salt
this
in
guy
that wound.
is. He had 300 mil in Bitcoin, and he sounded like he was an older dude. Bought on Coinbase years ago, I guess when Coinbase like first launched. I think he put, I don't know, a couple of million in at the time, or not even.
If I lost $300 million, I probably wouldn't want to go on a podcast about it.
Yeah, I know. Obviously.
Tell us how you lost
never
your
know.
entire life savings and your family's security.
From generational wealth to nothing. From riches to rags.
What we really need to interview is the guy who stole the Bitcoin and turned it into Monero. Come on, anonymously. Let's hear the story. Let's hear the story.
You're not anonymous with WebRTC. Sorry, it's just not
I think it's
happening.
an old person. There's like a 0% chance they didn't have money in other things, so they're probably still doing okay. But that Bitcoin was definitely sorry loss. A sorry loss.
Yeah, tremendous amount of wealth. Oh my god, crazy. And it's crazy with crypto, right? Just click of a button, you just complete bearer asset. Goodbye. Insane. I would love to know, who the hacker was. I mean, who knows? It could have been like a state actor, right? It could have been like North Korea.
Oh, state
North
actor being
Korea
like a false flag, trying.
No, like
for being like money laundering.
I'm saying it could be like a large hacking group, right? Doesn't have to. Lazarus, right?
Mm.
Maybe
it probably wasn't that hard to do it.
Like I saw something Kraken had posted recently, how they caught some dude who was just like trying to socially engineer their way into working for Kraken. Did you guys see that? I think I have it in the news. And they started basically, they kind of figured out that this guy was doing that, and so they let him go through the process, and were like figuring out things about this hacker group. as they were trying to socially engineer Kraken. Pretty interesting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they were out of North Korea. I mean, obviously, there's a Lazarus group.
He shows up. He's like, I want job. I'm good at security.
No, but they were using like AI and stuff, and they were going through like the interview process, and like they caught them in in a scenario where they just started asking them like oddball questions that they weren't prepared to answer. Kind of like when we had that guy on pitching his satellite, his nodes in space CCS. Like, was that North Korean hackers trying to infiltrate Monero socially? I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know what I mean. That just seemed like an outright like immature scam, right? I don't know. I don't know what that was. Is the guy still talking about it? Have you guys seen anything?
I have no idea. I don't even know. Is he even on like Twitter or something?
Because after he was like hitting me up, he kept emailing me like, "Oh, I'm making changes. I'm working on it."
The kid or the person? The other people?
The kid. I mean, the kid seems to be the main, the communicator for the group. The genius 12-year-old.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the best vector unless he was just going solo trying to get some funds. Yeah, I mean, like it's gonna be.
Yeah, he recently emailed me on Thursday. He's asking me to help him promote his CCS. He said he revised it.
It's interesting. Maybe he just doesn't know, but like he has to actually show milestones to get the payout.
Yeah, he's
from
like,
CCS.
To be honest, this proposal is no longer so imaginative. I hope you can mention it in the next issue of Monero. All right, we can bring it up. We can take a look at it.
We just did. Check. Done.
I doubt it's changed that much. Yeah, he's still asking for. What was he asking for? I don't know. Whatever. What else? Oh, we had the meetup here in New York on Thursday. That was cool. That's why Tux is so out of it today. Can't handle New York. Tux, how you doing, man?
Yeah, no, that was fine. The trip was fine. American Airlines just sucks ass.
They delayed it a lot, huh?
Yeah, there's just like so many delays across the board. And it's just like it kept like piling up, it's just like, and then my connecting flight was delayed too. So I didn't miss it, but it was also super delayed. So I didn't get home till like 3 a.m. last night. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It shouldn't take that long, but yeah, it was great. It was great. Thanks to everyone who came by to the pub key for the privacy talks.
That was my first time at PubKey. I thought it was really cool. And we had a little bit of a Monero. It was Monero's first really, entrance into PubKey. It was pretty cool. And the PubKey people seemed very open to having us. They kept asking us, like, different people working for them kept coming up, be like, "Oh, you guys gonna come do another meetup?" I wasn't even the one running the meetup, but they kept coming up to me. So they seem very open to straight up having Monero meetups. Originally, we weren't really sure what the reaction was going to be. We weren't even sure if I should present there because I just talked about XmR Bazaar a little bit. But yeah, thankfully it wasn't like a MEXC environment, right, Tux? I mean, unless the Maxis just weren't there, like the people that do own it and run it, like the other partners. But the people we were dealing with were like super open to having us there. Tux, was that your experience as well?
Yeah, no, it was really good. It was. I got the impression that it's not like obviously it's more Bitcoin oriented. But I didn't get the impression that's it's like the Bitcoin conference, like super hyper maxi.
Did y'all talk about fixing the filter wars?
No, this was not a bit devs. This was kind of just
thank God.
I know.
That
I'm
sucks.
sure that's going to happen in the bit devs. This was more of just a privacy talks. So like, someone talked about Ashigaru, which is the Samurai fork, and then I talked about like the coin silo payments and PayJoin, and then I think Doug even talked about XmR Bazaar,
Yeah, at the end I
which
jumped up.
is Monero. So
Yeah. And I wasn't coy about it in the beginning either. I was like, first Monero guy on stage, and it was cool. There weren't that many people there. I feel like we could have promoted it a lot better. When you guys hit me up that you were doing it, it was only like a week in advance. We didn't even post it up on our New York City Monero meetup page.
yeah,
So
it
I
was
feel
pretty
like-
short notice for me too.
I feel like if we try to do one with a little bit more, some better execution, we could get a good crowd there. A better crowd. It was decent, but I think we could get, because the Monero meetups themselves back in the day, I mean, we had 30 people, like normally, like a good 30, 50, sometimes more, 50. So
Yeah, there were some other people that came out that had never been to PubKey before, because I knew you
Yeah.
were going to be there. Literally because you were going to be there.
Yeah. There's a few people that came up to me. People that actually, one of the dudes I had run into randomly in the past in New York, and he knew me as like the Monero guy.
Awesome.
And so we've been in touch since. Really good dude, and he's actually looking for ways in which he can contribute to Monero. He's a dev, young guy, sounds like a talented guy. He wants to like come build on Monero. I was trying to get him to like start building Monero Lightning Network. That'd be cool. But it's fun, exciting to see that we're pulling that kind of talent out. And who else? Oh, there was an incident. I won't go into the incident.
Oh boy.
But it's just funny that it is, leave it to the Monero crowd.
smoothly.
Leave it to the Monero crowd at PubKey. To be, we're not Bitcoiners. I feel like the Monero crowd's a little more hardcore. I'll put you that way.
Bro, the listeners demand their scandals. Come on, tell us. Maybe no
It wouldn't be
name.
it wouldn't be Monero of me to tell you, right? It's kind of like
Oh,
it had to
okay.
be, it was a ephemeral moment. We don't want it to live on forever.
Doug will like this.
The
Frank
data
just
has been
said,
erased.
I had a
Just tall
customer
thing.
from XMR Bazaar here locally came into our shop and purchased silver and XMR this week. That was very cool.
Oh shit! Wait, who's this? From what shop?
Sounds like a bullion
Silver?
shot.
Bullion, yeah.
He's got to list his shop on XMR Bazaar, the business listing. I guess it is. I guess that's what he's saying. But what shop is that? That's cool.
Oh, and
Tell
Simon
us the
B.
name.
I think that was Henry or Seth's idea. I don't know exactly whose idea it was.
Frank, tell us the name of your shop. Is it on XMR Bazaar? How about I've definitely dreamt of this. How about a physical XMR Bazaar meetup where people can buy and sell their goods better than a flea market? Yeah, I was been thinking about this. Essentially, if we bring back the Monero meetups, that's what they could be. Maybe do that, like once a quarter. We have a meetup, but it's also just a place where it's known that in addition to whatever the one or two talks that we have, we have it in a place where people can come and basically trade their goods and services for Monero. So come prepared to spend Monero, come prepared to buy Monero with cash or gold backs, come prepared to sell your beef jerky for Monero. So like a meetup, an XMR Bazaar meetup, just like Frank has pitched it. I think that's a fantastic idea. Just a matter of time, but it is something I've been thinking about. The other thing too is because after we went to PubKey and the PubKey people kept saying, "Oh, you guys got to come back, do something." I was also thinking of maybe doing a meetup there regarding the elimination of the bit license in New York. So obviously I've been talking about that a lot. That could be a fun event to have to kind of kick off the coordination of trying to eliminate the bit license here in New York. We could get some good speakers to come out. Maybe get a New York State representative, an elected official. I'm thinking that guy Clyde that we had on here. He's an assemblyman in New York. He's very pro crypto. He has actually, I think, put forth legislation in the past to try to eliminate the bit license in New York. So I'd get him. Try to get Nick Zabos. Has expressed interest. Oh, no. Wait, what's his name? Nick Tux. Help me here. What's the guy's name? Nick Spanos. Spano, right?
Spanos, yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about Nick Spanos, right? Yeah.
Nick Spanos. He's the guy who started the Bitcoin Center in New York, and I was talking to him in Miami. I interviewed him there. We actually did stream it, but it was actually a really interesting conversation. And he's interested in trying to help eliminate the bit license in New York and maybe create a Monero Center in New York. We were kind of joking around about it, but he is the guy that started the Bitcoin Center, so it's not really a joke to him. He's somebody who's capable of doing stuff like that. So yeah, maybe we have those characters at PubKey and do something around the bit license. Panel discussion. How do we eliminate the bit license here in New York? Get it started, get people to come out. It's also kind of a unifying thing, right? It's not a Monero only thing. Anybody who's into crypto in New York should want to, that's working on crypto related businesses, startups, whatever, that wants to see New York become the crypto capital would be interested, I would think, in a meetup like that. So thinking about that. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it should be the crypto capital. I mean, it kind of is, but it's like the crypto capital, but also has had the most stifling from the government, which is such a shame because it really should be the best.
Oh yeah, it would have been so much stronger if they didn't create the bit license and issue it in like 2015 or whatever it was. That guy Ben Lowski.
Maybe you just need to find the right politician that needs to get bribed in Monero, and then they'll create the infrastructure to accept the bribe.
That's what.
Put it on the CSS or CCS.
Basically what I'm getting at. Well, we need to lobby them. So, not even in a discreet way.
Yes, I'm sorry. In America, we don't bribe people. We just lobby. Of course. How could I forget?
We're going to create AMPAC, the American Monero Political Action Committee.
Yeah,
it even has a nice ring to it.
These New York State representatives should really start, adding their Monero addresses to their X accounts. I mean, come on, guys. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing that, and then I do love this other idea of sparking up an XmR Bazaar meetup. Have it happen once a quarter, once a month. Obviously, would be awesome. That would be. We would need a different location for that. That wouldn't be at PubKey. We would need like a garage or like a lot or something, right? There is somebody I've been talking to that might have a good space for us in Brooklyn, like a garage. He's into Monero. Okay, yeah, because New York, it's hard to find, property values. It's hard to even find like a space like that, because you'd obviously want like a free space if you're going to do this. Otherwise, it's not going to really be economically feasible. Unless we try to do it through get a permit. We get a permit to have like a marketplace. That'd be kind of cool. Just have a reoccurring crypto marketplace in New York City. Just like they have these, marketplaces that are happening on the weekends in the parks and whatnot. What do you guys think about that? Is that crazy?
It's cool. It happened spontaneously.
I mean, yeah, but that's the thing that happened in New York. It's hard to just have like people come out and meet up in a space, right? You need like permits and shit. I mean, although things got pretty lax with COVID, but now they've re-ramped up regulation. That was like one of the silver linings of COVID in New York, and there were other silver linings, obviously, like no traffic. But one of the other ones was that they really became lax on allowing vendors to just like set up anywhere in New York. Like people would just like set up a stand on the corner and start selling coffee, you know. Back in the day, it was like you needed a permit, the cops would come, they'd kick you out. You know, you needed proper licenses, whatever. But they got super lax about that during COVID, and it's still a little lax. It hasn't completely gotten back, but it's not like it was. It started to ramp it up again. But yeah, I think that'd be cool. Anybody who wants to help out with that, please reach out. I need project managers for each of these projects. That's how XmR Bazaar is moving forward, Monero Nodo, all these projects. So even this bit license thing, I'm looking for somebody to help me project manage that. I was talking to some of the guys at the meetup. Maybe somebody there that I was talking to might be interested. But if you're listening now, this sounds like something you'd be interested in. Maybe you're an attorney. Maybe you know the political system here in New York. Maybe you've been active in politics. Maybe you know the lobby scene. Reach out to me. Or maybe not. Maybe you don't even know any of that, but you just want to help out and you have good project management skills. Reach out. Monerotopia@protonmail.com. And then for this XmR Bazaar meetup idea, also, if you're in the New York area, you want to help make that happen. I've spoken to people in the past that are local that were interested in it. But once again, we need somebody to kind of project manage it. I'll be there. I'll show up at them. I'll promote it here, obviously. I'll promote it everywhere. But need somebody to kind of project manage the process so we actually get it off the ground. So once again, reach out if you're interested. Monerotopia@protonmail.com. We got 71 live viewers. Guys, like and share, retweet. We should have a lot more live viewers in here. Monero's been pumping all week. We should be breaking all-time highs in our live viewers right now. We got a paltry 70. Are we live on X? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. X, the evil liar of the viewer counts.
I know they're not even pumping our numbers anymore. Maybe they are, man. they're that dismal. Come on, guys. Like and share. Saturday. We're here every Saturday, same time.
Sorry, guys, I'm not providing much content over here.
I know Tux is completely shot out. What else can we say about that meetup? Anything else to report? Nah, not really. It was cool. It sounds like they were open to accepting Monero eventually at PubKey. Like they weren't completely like, nah.
Yeah. That was there's at least the one guy we talked to sounded.
Whoa! Hold on, Sunita, come grab her. Oh my god.
Baby on the loose.
Yeah, she's never done that before.
Trying to get out of there.
She's definitely she's a liberty loving baby. She wants her freedom. She's definitely got some of my DNA. I don't know if you guys could hear. Super cute. All right, well, I guess let's get on with it. Bawdy, you want to do price report? We actually don't have a guest lined up for today. If anybody wants to be a special guest, you're listening right now, just jump on stage. I tried to reach out to Pavel last minute because I thought maybe he'd be a good guy to come on and talk about the quote-unquote banning of privacy coins in Europe that's happening. What are the people saying, in 2027 or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not the banning of like the coins themselves. It's the banning of like custodians
Yeah.
holding accounts for people that are privacy coins.
The
So
service.
it's
Basically, you can't list it on centralized exchanges, which was already
which
the case. Yeah.
well, I mean, sort of. I mean, like there were concerns about like because like Binance delisted, Kraken delisted, and there were some concerns regarding regulation. But there's still some good exchanges that have Monero and lots of Europe. So like DFX,
Oh
you can
yeah,
buy Monero up to €1,000, no KYC. That's gonna go
that
away.
is true. That is very true. That is very true. That is going to go away. But it felt like that was always on the. I guess I'm not as shocked
It
by
was
that. But it's not.
the
It's not that you can't run your Cake wallet and download it from the Apple Store. We're not. That's not
yeah.
happening.
But I mean, we could see the fog coming. Like that was like on the way. So
Yeah, that is a pretty big hit for those. Yeah, for those guys.
Well, they
That's
hadn't. I guess
crazy.
they hadn't officially banned it. It's just that they were twisting the arms. The regulators were twisting the arms of like
Right.
Kraken and other people behind the scenes.
yep.
Now
Yeah,
they're just going to make it
exactly.
official, pretend like they hadn't been doing anything, and now they're going to. Oh, well, they also talked about how the transparent surveillance cryptos, neither are they GDPR compliant
Yeah.
because they can't make them private. So,
Right. If anything, Monero is compliant, right? I mean,
well, it has to be private against everybody except for the government. That's the law. Only the government's allowed to be able to look at your
And they can't
transactions.
immediately confiscate the funds without some
so it should be you could only
origin.
use your Monero if you give the government your view keys. And all other cryptos are banned.
There you go. It's air
And
quote
Bitcoin
private,
Bitcoin
but
is
not the
banned
government.
because there's no.
The Europeans are a bunch of cucks. Like all the people that didn't want freedom stayed in Europe a few hundred years ago. So what are you gonna do?
Oh my god.
Their grandbabies had grandbabies, and they're always trying to fight for.
They've genetically filtered out freedom lovers. That's I mean, yeah, there is something going on over there. Come on, guys. Why are you letting this happen? It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly true, but it's partially true that the government is a reflection of the population. Now, obviously, the government takes that and they run with it, so they make it even worse. So they just, if the people are like, we don't care about our freedom, we don't care about privacy, then the government will be like, oh, great, you'll have no freedom and zero privacy, right? We're going to spy on everything. Where if like the people are like, we kind of care about privacy, well, then the government will also maybe kind of care about privacy. So at least in America, the politicians have to sort of hem and haw about freedom and all of the ideals, even if they mostly don't do it. But at least they have to like give you those token things, and there's some limits.
Right.
But at least they have good food in Europe. They care about food, I guess, so they don't have as many pesticides or GMOs.
That is nice. Are you willing to give up a little freedom for better food?
GMO-free food.
Good living, man. Good living in Europe. It is very true. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? So, what do you think the repercussions are going to be? Obviously, prices. Bawdy, you'll get into it.
Not much because there's not much Monero liquidity in Europe, like on a centralized exchanges anyway. It's very little. Like
And
the
so
big guys are
long-term-
gone now.
Yeah, long-term repercussions. I mean, I wonder how this is going to affect the growth of Monero in Europe. Obviously, we have decentralized exchanges coming down the pipe. We have Sarai Dex launching soon. I mean, it's
Do Europeans
definitely
even care about
slows.
cryptocurrency that much? Like, honestly, do they really care about crypto that much?
I mean, I don't
Hey,
know.
the Spar grocery store is accepting like crypto at other locations. That's pretty cool. That's like a massive chain grocery store in
Yeah, you got these like libertarian
Switzerland,
enclaves.
and I think that's in Germany too.
Yeah, Germany. There's like a strong part. There's a part of German's culture that I think really aligns with Monero.
Yeah, the Germans are they're
Cash.
they like their
the cash.
privacy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Czech. I mean, where MoneroCon is, Prague. There's cryptos
Nope, I hear the alarm going off.
Yeah. Hold on. She's a good baby. But when she wants something, she lets everybody know. That's for sure. But yeah, what do you think long-term repercussions will be? I'd love to get like Pavel's insight into that. And yeah, if anybody's listening that's in Europe that has insight, I did post the link, the invite link, if you want to be today's special guest.
A little bit less accessibility, but not much. The thing that would be really bad is if people weren't allowed to like this isn't ideal, but it doesn't change that much. What would really start to be bad is if okay, Monero, and using anonymous or private cryptocurrencies, that's becoming a gray area to eventually becoming actually illegal. And then what would be bad is if the only way you can get crypto is if you're full KYC'd, and then even if you swap for Monero, if obtaining Monero becomes against the law, then you couldn't even swap for it, because if you KYC, and you use the only exchanges that'll exist will be ones that are government compliant. I mean, there's a few that aren't, so there might be a few ways that you could swap to Monero if it's actually become illegal, but I don't think there's any country that's outright banned the ownership and use of privacy currencies, to my knowledge. That would be the next step.
Yeah.
I don't think this legislation in particular really changes much. It just removes a couple of the last good exchanges that does provide Monero, which is a shame, but the big boys are already gone. So Kraken
just formalizes. It just formalizes what they had already accomplished, basically. I mean, it's bad, right? Because it's a step. It's the formal front-facing decision is it solidifies what they've already done. These guys are such slimy scumbag types. They just work their little tentacles in the background and they pretend they're doing democracy, and they're definitely not. I mean, remember too, that publication. I can never remember who posted it or who published it, but they talked about doing price attacks on Monero. They said, listen, it's not GDRP compliant. So we should stop this, and how are we going to stop it? Well, let's price attack Monero so that we can convince people to leave, people and can leave the chain voluntarily, kind of like voluntary compliance. And then they talked about delisting it from exchanges. They had this escalating series of things they suggested doing, and we've seen those things happen. And then the very last thing towards the end of the article, the publication, they're like, and finally, we could infringe on people's fundamental rights. That was right. They actually said that. I'm not paraphrasing. They said that. If we need to, we can infringe on fundamental human rights. So they're willing to do anything, basically.
It really,
stop Monero.
I mean, it really does make Trump, right, politically, right. Trump is probably loving that Europe is going in this direction, just so. From a competitive standpoint, this is what he wants, and then to show America as the place to be for crypto and innovation and liberty. I'm surprised.
You're free to buy Bitcoin on BlackRock.
What's that?
Liberty and innovation. You're free to buy Bitcoin with BlackRock on the stock market.
Yeah, you could buy fucking fart coin and Trump coin. But as of now, you could also currently buy Monero on centralized exchanges. So
just make sure you pay your taxes after you leave. Pay extra. Pay double than extra. Whatever Roger paid, multiply it by 10, and then then they won't go after you, and you won't have to hope that he dismisses the case against you.
Well, yeah, you never know what you truly owe. It's always a big question mark.
I have to go take care of something, so I'm going to switch it into the price report so Bawdy can take it away.
All right, let's do that.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
You know, I was wondering
Big for price.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's sitting here watching these big wicks, these big candle movements.
This is exciting.
I was wondering, did y'all already cover the Samurai stuff? Where like they're supposed to be dropping the case against Samurai, but the DOJ is full of such evil, psychopathic scumbags that they're like basically refusing to do it, and then asking the court for more time while they think about maybe doing it after like they've already allegedly they've been ordered by the new administration to. I mean, they took away the Department of Justice's I don't know, office or branch for.
Yeah, I think we'll have that in the.
We have that
news.
in the news, but yeah,
Okay,
I personally I haven't looked that deep into it. Is that what's going on? That's
yeah,
wild.
They're just being scumbags basically. But what's new?
So
right?
they literally have the green light to like drop the charges. They're being told from up above, higher up, right? Drop the charges, and they're not.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I wonder if the same thing's going on with Roger as well. Like maybe they've been ordered to drop that case and they're just like not doing it.
And here's what I'm saying. Like, so these are, you know, we obviously there's a lot of Trump things going on. That's the same old, right? And we're creeping towards a technocratic. So we're already there, technocratic surveillance state, but he's further moving us towards it. But in terms of crypto stuff, there have been some good things that have happened that would not have happened otherwise if Kamala had won. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I always
would not be
believed that they had to offer some concessions because the American people were really pissed off, and they weren't going to stand for another stolen election. So they had to let the guy in and do some basic stuff. But
they had to let some steam out of the pipe before it exploded.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. So, but at least we're benefiting from that. So, you know, you could say, is that better or worse? Would have been better to keep the steam in there so we could have a freaking revolution.
Yes. We would be vastly better off right now if everything just sucked ass and everyone knew that the government was bullshit and that it was a stolen election. Like you would see states talking about kicking the feds out. You would see active resistance and the kinds of things that produce real freedom. That would actually be happening, but it's not happening now. We just have to hope that the masters give us a few table scraps so that it's not so bad. Just lighten the burdens of our chains a little bit, please, masters. But people would be really pissed off and finding ways around the feds at this point if that hadn't, like if Kamala had won or whatever, if they had stolen the election again.
So, I mean, I guess we should be out there like trying to get the next left-wing lunatic elected here in the U.S. and just trying to go completely woke in all aspects of government and just letting it implode.
Somebody redesign the opening credits. Make them woke. Make them woke as fuck, bro.
I don't know, man, because that's what I'm saying. Like, I get what you're saying, but like, so that's never going to happen. They're always going to quell the populace.
They're really good at it. I mean, they've got. And
obviously, as long as they can print fiat, they have infinite, means to do it.
And they're trying to do that, right? Like Trump is like, "Yo, J Powell, print us up some cash. We need some sweet cheese."
Yeah.
Although I don't know how much I believe any of that either. Like, there's a lot of WWE going around that whole political stage.
Well,
I don't want to.
Yeah, but related, I don't know if you did. I did put up you tell me if this is true, but I think, is Monero one of the best performing assets in Trump's first 100 days?
Yeah.
It's got to be up. It's got to be up there.
Yeah, let's see if we can do a measurement. I got the
gold.
charts.
I guess gold. Did it perform better than gold since Trump's been in office? Yeah. With that
let's see. Monero's been up 50% since January 1st, but I guess really we have to measure it from like January 10th or whatever. January 20th. Was it 20th? Currently, Monero's up 35%. I don't know if you guys want to put the charts up or not. I should be.
Oh yeah,
should be
I
sharing.
pulled up. I shared your screen. It's just a tab of the XMRChat.
Guys, send your super chats.
Yeah, let me stop sharing. And then
XMRChat.com.
have you put the wrong
Thank you
button.
for reminding me, though. Yeah, guys, please use super chats to send us your chats. You don't have to donate a lot, although we do appreciate. We get some very generous donations, but even if you want to send a few cents, let's get that transaction count up.
Let me resize my screen here, fill up the whole space. I always forget to do this part because I can see that I'm not like completely. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, I haven't really, because it always changes, so I don't always take a look and say, okay, well, who's the best performing asset, of the year, of the quarter, whatever. At the moment, Monero's up about 40% in terms of dirty fiat. And if we look at Monero versus gold, it looks to me like Monero versus gold is probably, I guess we are up on the year. Right around there. Yeah, Monero has actually done better than gold to the tune of about 17%. So that's pretty cool.
Nice. So
yeah.
what other assets, right? So Trump's first 100 days, I mean, Monero's like the top performing asset.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really very carefully look at the first 100 days, but yeah, I mean, stock market's down from when he got in, 5% down. Currently 5% down. For a moment, it was 15% down. Yeah, I mean, Monero's done quite well. Has it done better than Bitcoin for the first? What am I doing?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks like Monero's up over Bitcoin for that same time period. Although we still have a long way to go just to get back to where it was. Even with that wick, Monero is still trying to make it back to where it broke down from the Binance delisting. So, I mean, that's been a 1.5 year long saga, right? They did that and they bought themselves a 1.5 year. Well, they did that, but they also pumped the price of Bitcoin at the same time, right? So there's a little bit of that going on as well.
I wonder which crypto is the top performer in Trump's first 100 days. Maybe like Solana or something.
Oh, it's probably some new shitcoin that
fart coin.
Yeah.
or Trump. Well, no, Trump coin pumped and dumped, so I guess not Trump coin.
I mean, it's going to be something that had almost practically zero market cap that launched around.
Okay, not including that then, like things that actually existed with the market cap. I don't know. It's just an interesting thing to. Obviously, it doesn't really mean much, but.
Yeah, I'm not really so inclined to. I mean, it's interesting. I kind of do the gee whiz thing when people post about which asset has done the best for the first 30 days of some new time frame of the year of assuming the presidency. I don't know of the Chinese New Year. But Monero's done quite well though. It's been definitely one of the top performing assets, no doubt, for the past few months. So, all right, I guess we might as well get into it. So everybody knows by now, probably everybody knows that there was a hack. Some dude, I don't know if he was a maxi militia at least. He got social attack heisted for about $330 million. And then the guy starts converting all of that into Monero. Did he market buy $330 million of Monero? No, he did not. I don't think there's even enough liquidity to support that. But he did start converting into Monero. And we saw big buying across the board using apparently a lot of instant swap exchangers. At least the heist almost certainly definitely happened. I expressed some doubt about that on Twitter, but I think it actually that did happen. I was not trying to say that it didn't happen on Twitter. I was just saying, hey, are we sure? Right? Let's not just jump to conclusions here because some dude said that it happened, right? And posted a Bitcoin address. Like, is this really a thing? And is that really the cause? And I think the answer to that is yes. There's a question is, are they flipping it into Monero and then flipping it directly back out of Monero? If they are, they're retarded because that's not doing anything for them. Some people online on Twitter seem to be probably a little bit too convinced that that's what they were doing. And I kept asking them for evidence, and they never really gave me that much. So I guess nobody really knows. But obviously, they didn't flip it all back into Bitcoin or all back into fiat, because the Monero price is still quite high. So from the breakout point right around here, Monero is still about 17% up. Went up about 40%, wicked up to a little bit over 320, 330. Let's go to the top of that. I guess that's 330. Currently, Monero sitting at 277. So, I mean, it's hard to think that someone would be smart enough to figure out how to heist all this Bitcoin and smart enough to know that they need to use Monero, because we didn't see Zcash. So let's go over here to the privacy shitcoins. We didn't see any privacy shitcoin movement. We didn't see Zcash do anything. Zcash kind of gave like this little wick for a moment. It wicked up, but then it came right back down. So a lot of that is, I mean, one thing that I know, do I have like any proof? No, but these guys are scumbags. They're liars. So I know what they do is when they see Monero pumping, they try to pump Zcash along with it to, try and pretend like that there's things going on there that really aren't. So they probably pumped Zcash, and then that wick came back down because there was no actual real buying for Zcash. I have to assume like this guy's not flipping into Zcash. He's flipping into Monero. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to know how much is he keeping and, what his real strategy is, but it'd be difficult to think that he was smart enough to do all that, but dumb enough to think, oh, I just go into Monero and then back out of Monero. There's a lot of people that think that, though. Like there are a lot of people that think that. So maybe, but okay. So, this is kind of one of those things where it's like, was it TA? Was it fundamentals? I mean, the price was going to spike if the guy hacked it. Didn't matter when, like the price was going to spike up like that. But the chart also, I mean, guys, listen, the chart tells you things like, okay, are you running out of liquidity? Are you running out of ability to go to the downside? Is there any way to try and to do things like cap the price? Are there big sellers on the market so that it doesn't matter even if someone is making a big buy, there's a big bunch of volume sellers that are ready to take their profits, right? Those things are somewhat communicated by the price action. No matter how much you want to call it astrology, and certainly enough, some of the TA strategies might be dubious, right? And we might say, hey, those maybe aren't the best, most reliable TA indicators, etc. Right? We could argue about it, but the simple fact is that the price chart does communicate information. There's information in this chart. How well we can extract that information and make conclusions from it is still a question, is up for debate. But the point is that we've talked about this chart for quite a while. And for months and months, I've basically told you guys that, yeah, Monero was going to spend time consolidating in between in this upper blue band. And that's kind of classic action that I see. And without describing exactly what the mechanisms are, right, and saying this is exactly why this works or doesn't work, I had said, hey, don't expect to really get above this capping blue line for quite a long time. And last week was the first time that I said, we had the whole macro crash scare, and this was the lowest that we could go, right? This wick down here to 165 when the stock market was down 25%, right? And everyone was like, hey, are we about to crash? And Trump's, going to tariff the world. Super hard, super bigly. And then we said, hey, all that could happen to the Monero price was this one wick for one day. But realistically, like this was, the actual stopping point, the daily closes, right? We didn't even close that day that far down. Monero got down to 193, right? The daily closes only went down to like 195. And so last week I said, if the macro crash scare can't push Monero down any further, then I can't see what's going to. Right. So last week was the first time I'd said, hey, it wouldn't surprise me to actually get above this line. Do I know it's going to happen immediately next week? No. But I said it wouldn't surprise me to get to 250 and higher and start pushing higher. And so because the liquidity was gone, there was no more selling pressure. People weren't interested in taking profits. That basically provided the opportunity for who knows what event, ? Right? Could be anything. But in this case, some hacker, some heister, some dude, some social engineer. Imagine putting that on your resume, social engineer. Some dude that stole some Bitcoin and needs privacy and went into Monero, right? This is the thing, right? That it was, we see this big price pump and we don't see it pulling back. We don't see it coming back down here. We don't see big sellers up here that are pushing the price back down because there are no sellers. I shouldn't say there's no sellers, right? But right? The order books for selling are extremely thin, and the order books for buying are heavier, right? More people are interested in buying. And the chart with its consolidation and all this pattern that we've seen really for the entire year, since the beginning of 2025, this consolidation inside of these blue band structures said, hey, this is a pattern that's ready to go to the upside. And so the combination of that, effectively, guys, we're probably, apart from like major macro crash type events, we're probably not coming back down here to 150, maybe ever, right? We're probably not going to get back into this kind of 175 to 200 range and then just sit there for a long time. Monero's probably going to spend time. Who knows, right? Maybe this thing could go to the upside. Maybe the guy's got more to swap. Maybe more people are going to get excited about Monero because of the visibility, and they're like, wow, it's performing really well. Maybe we need to come back down and do some of this, right? But overall, we're looking to play in this range, right? We're looking to play in the 240 plus range, maybe up to like 300 for a period of time. I don't have good wave magic levels for you guys right here to tell you exactly, where to look for next. Hypothetically, we could use the upper blue bands. So the very, very highest moving standard deviations are the top blue bands right there. And hypothetically, at some point we would be looking to make our way to those bands. I'm not saying that it necessarily has to happen now, next week, tomorrow, but that's kind of the next spot that you would expect to hit. Hopefully this chart makes it a little bit clearer, right? So we're looking at the top here of 2021. Before Binance started. Actually, during this, while Binance was selling Monero that they didn't have, and then right around here in this area where they just shut down withdrawals for like 2 weeks. Anyways, these blue bands right here, we're looking at the very longest term upper moving standard deviation. You would want to try and hit that. But after that, I don't really have anything for you guys. After that, it's just pleb lines, right? So effectively, let's go to a little bit longer time frames. We could probably even clear the wave magic. We don't need that. From here we could probably look at just pleb lines, right? Draw on some pleb lines. So this guy right here, this is a pretty big line that you would look at if you were so pleb line inclined. And then we can draw this guy as well. So you got yourself kind of like this rising triangle. Let's delete that line. That was from a long time ago when we thought we had this cup and handle formation, and then that didn't play out. Okay, so yeah, basically we would be looking, so this line right here, if you remember, that represents the upper moving standard deviation. Let's make that blue so that that's easier to see. So if we're looking at pleb lines and you ask me for TA, I'm going to say maybe some consolidation. Maybe we want to hit the underside of this line. Months ago, I think I said at some point, Monero is likely to try and catch the underside of this line, of that pleb line. That's kind of, the price action that you expect. That's the kind of stuff we've seen from crypto in the past. You break it down, eventually the bull market gets back on, you pump bigly, and then, maybe this is probably a big confluence to look for. If the cabal can find ways, to keep putting the pressure on Monero and delist it from Kraken, or who knows, right? Whatever. Maybe they would try and say, no, this is going to be your capping spot, and then we'll have to come down and do this for some long period of time until we finally break out, like towards the end of the decade. Let's hope that's not what actually happens, but at least in terms of just TA, right? This is the kind of thing that could happen from the TA perspective, right? You could bump up against this line repeatedly until you finally break out. Hopefully not. Let's get the word out there and do all the things, and do all the shilling, and keep convincing hackers that they should convert into Monero, and maybe invite Lazarus to the next conference. Just kidding, guys. Don't hang me. I'm not a fan of North Korea. They are commies. Okay. So let's take a look at the Bitcoin versus Monero ratio, also breaking out obviously on the longer time frame. All right, let's clear the wave magic, and we'll go to a slightly longer time frame. You can see that we are still not doing great, right? We still have a long way to go. This was when they started fractionally reserving and pumping the other coins, right, with all their fake liquidity and their tethers. We were hoping that would be like the bottom, but it wasn't. And well, now they delisted from Binance, right? And then they kept pumping with all of their fiat liquidity, pumping that into Bitcoin. So anyways, yeah, we have a long way to go to really come back. We're still holding our own. This chart is still much better than almost every other shitcoin chart, which is just down, 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 down versus Bitcoin. Monero is still managing to hang on despite all the nonsense. So yeah, I mean, that's a good thing. Maybe let's go back to the wave magic here, go back to the daily, make sure I didn't miss anything key. One thing that you might say, I know it's kind of hard to see. So these right here, that's sort of like the absolute upper standard deviation, the lower standard deviation. The orange bands being the lower moving standard deviation. Like I said, I know it's hard to see, but this ish right there where I drew these white lines, that's kind of the standard deviation band. We could do things like I could reduce the filtering on this so that it's easier to see. Hell, maybe I'll just do that right now. Filtering constant. Wait, which version do I have here? I have different versions of this script. All right, I'm not going to play with this too much live on the air. Anyways, yeah, this thing is broken out. Hopefully we just keep moving to the upside. Probably, I mean, just again, from a TA standpoint, you would kind of like maybe do this for a while and then try to break out. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. You know, highly dependent on where the rest of the crypto markets are going to go. You know, maybe I can share a thought that I had posted. Is basically like, you know, it's that same thing where people talk about markets, and particularly the maximalists. So on the one hand, you got these maxis, right? And they sit there and shake their fist at the TradFi and Big Fi, and they're like, you know, and all the printing in the Federal Reserve, and they're like the traditional markets, the fiat, they inflate assets and they distort markets. They're not Austrians, and they're Keynesians, and the financial system is unfair, and they just inflate and they do all this inflation, and then they on the other, so they say that on one side of their mouth. On the other side of the mouth, maxis are like, Big Fi, traditional finance is adopting. They have to adopt. Now I know. Let's start these new companies. Let's like Jack Mallers and Michael Saylor. Let's use the fractional reserve system to pump Bitcoin, right? And they're like, that's a good thing. And then still, like, out of the other side of their mouth, in their very next breath, they say, well, the fair market has selected Bitcoin. It's like, wait, you guys just spent years explaining how traditional markets are fraudulent and they distort these assets, right? And then you spend all this time fapping to Michael Saylor and how he's, you know, in BlackRock adopting, and now traditional finance is using fiat to pump Bitcoin, and you're going to sit here and tell us that the fair market selected Bitcoin. You just got done telling us how distorted these markets are and how they do all the inflation. Oh, I guess it's as long as they're pumping Bitcoin, it's a fair market, right? So no, distorted, fraudulent insider markets selected Bitcoin, not the fair market. So figured I just wanted to go on that little rant because it is, I mean, that's what happens, guys. Like, that's exactly what's happened here. The distorted market has selected Bitcoin for the obvious reasons. We already know why, right? We know why they did that, because it's surveillance, because it's capped, and it's hilarious to watch what's happening now. They're all in knots over this whole, it's so stupid. They're so retarded. So, I guess we'll just I know it's not exactly price related, but maybe you guys are interested in this. I'll just cover it a little bit here. I'm not sure. Probably the news is getting to it, to this depth of what's happening. But basically, op return is exactly like our transaction extra in Monero, right? You can stuff arbitrary data there. It was limited to 80 bytes. They had tried to do Omni and Counterparty on Bitcoin years and years ago, and then Core kept reducing the size of op return so that you couldn't stuff arbitrary data into there, as a means of limiting what they call spam and preventing extensibility on Bitcoin. And then they quadrupled the block size so that you could use 3 megabytes to stuff JPEGs in it. I guess they did that either unwittingly or they either they did that on purpose or they did it unwittingly. Either way, that's pretty bad if you think about like how smart are these developers? How smart is Core to have done that? Yet I digress. Not Peter Woolley. What the hell is his name? Peter Todd. Was it Peter Todd or maybe it was Peter Woolley? Actually, I don't remember. One of the Peters put a pull request in, or put a merge or something, not a merge, a request in to GitHub to increase the size of op return. And so all the maxis are like, the main chain shouldn't be the JPEG storage site. It's like, it's already the JPEG storage site, but you know what's happening? BitVM was stuffing arbitrary data into UTXOs, right? So just like we have outputs, Bitcoin has UTXOs. They're stuffing arbitrary data into UTXOs because op return isn't big enough for them. And for whatever reason, they don't want to put that into the SegWit portion. They want to put that on the base transaction data portion. And so polluting the UTXO set is way worse because now you can't do indexing. And so you might as well give BitVM the space that they need inside of op return for the data, for the arbitrary data that they need to do their operations. Because otherwise they're just going to use the UTXO set. And that's like the worst of all worlds. and they don't really have a solution for it. But here's the thing: the funny thing is that all of the filterers and the maxis are like the hardest of the hardcore maxis. They want the cat eating maxis, the Vatican worshipping maxis, of that sort of flavor and variety. They're running this version called Knots, which is supposed to filter all of the JPEGs and all that stuff, but then they accidentally filter like privacy transactions as well. Like, but they're like, no JPEGs, no extensibility, nothing. This is nonsense. We need to make this stuff. We need to figure out how to fix this. And they think that filtering is going to be the fix, even though like people just talk directly to the miners. And so they're all like crying about this, and they're all crying that no, this is bad. But actually, like increasing the size of op return is probably a good thing to do for the main chain that needs to be done. So like, and now they're all like, now they're like complaining, oh well, Core is censoring us, and I think y'all will get to that in the news. But anyways, I know I'm kind of like diverting off of price here. I guess it's just like my personal little rant moment. Let's just go back to price. But anyways, that shit's hilarious because they're wrong. Like they're just totally wrong about it. But I support, it's like I support Core in this case. And these guys are, who knows, maybe they're going to fork Bitcoin, hopefully. All right, I'll let you guys get more into that because it's just hilarious. So, all right, Monero price doing good, like we talked about, good stuff here happening. Maybe the hack isn't such a good thing, but I mean, for all the hackers that refused to move their hacked funds into Monero and then they got pwned later, fuck you. You should have, like, you deserve that. First of all, you're a piece of shit for stealing people's money, but second of all, you're a retard, right, for not protecting your own privacy. So like, you could have kept your funds, but you didn't, right? Because you didn't go into something private, and well, that's, I guess you're just getting what you deserve. All right, let's look at privacy shitcoins. Pirate Chain has managed to make a bit of a comeback here. I don't know, maybe the hackers using using Pirate Chain. Pirate Chain up 42% from their bottom, actually more like 60% from the bottom. I wouldn't call this good price action. At least they're still plausibly inside of their falling wedge. This thing, they basically got saved by the bell here. Pirate Chain got saved by the bell when Trump decided to renegotiate the tariffs. I guess he's just the master of the art of the deal, renegotiating tariffs. Even though there was no negotiation happening, he negotiated with himself when China was like, we're not interested in talking to you, bro. And so, yeah, I think a lot of saving face might have been done there. Let's see, nothing too interesting happening with the rest of the privacy coins. I guess, Zano. Let's show the Zano chart. Probably you guys know what I would say about the TAT leaves on the Zano Wave Magic. But here's what it looks like. Make your own decisions. Decide if you're going to buy or sell Zano, or just none of the above, right? You're not going to buy, you're not going to sell, you're just not going to touch it. I'm not interested in it, guys. I just don't see what it has. No use case. Then it's going to have Tari competing with it, and Fluffy is a rock star in the Monero world, so, and in the privacy space. So I don't know, Zano's going to have some problems there probably when Tari hits the streets. So Zcash not doing much either, a little bit up, it's kind of looks, again, it looks like it's just consolidating. We talked about this last week. Looks to me like it's kind of falling volatility, right? You've got, why are we in white? Let's go back to white. Okay, yeah, you can see that basically it's kind of got this pennant formation maybe kind of going on. So I probably expect that to continue unless there's like some fundamental thing, liquidity expansion, whatever, that could send Zcash one way or the other. But for now, I'm probably just going to continue ranging and decreasing in its volatility. Okay, let's go to Bitcoin. See what's going on with the Bitcoin. Basically, actually, this one I'm gonna toot my own horn. I'm gonna pat myself on the back. Last week I told you guys, don't expect this to immediately go to the top here, right? It's gonna get there, but maybe it's gonna need some time here to go chop sideways. So obviously the Bitcoin price gods were listening, and they did what I told them to do. Ultimately, we are still drifting towards the upside. Things are still moving to the upside. Bitcoin is very likely going to make that 100,000 mark. Going to touch these blue bands here. That's a solid short, right? You get here. That's a solid spot to short, especially about right around here, right? So that would be, what would that, $101,000 and $110. Sorry, $101,110. I don't know if I can say numbers in English. Shit. Anyways, definitely can't say them in Spanish. Yeah, so once you hit around 100K, that's a good shorting spot. I would probably, the perfect entry would be somewhere around $101,000 on per Bitcoin. It's probably a good spot to short. How long will that short stay valid, open? I don't know. It really probably just depends on what the markets think about whether Trump is going to start negotiating with himself again. to raise tariffs. We'll have to play that by ear. I think that'll come up. Shit, when was that? Maybe May, June, July. So is that? I need to look this up. It's not relevant yet, but it'll get relevant here in the next few weeks probably. But yeah, like the market, they're going to revisit the tariffs again. Probably there'll be a bunch of oscillation and volatility increases in the market. Okay. Ultimately, I still don't see where's the liquidity going to come from to really, truly pump markets to new highs. Bitcoin dominance, I said preference shitcoins slightly, but this is why I was kind of like hesitant to like be like alt season, because Bitcoin has just continued to move up. So yeah, BlackRock they don't feel like pumping any altcoins at the moment. The traditional fiat system doesn't really want to pump altcoins. That kind of makes sense. Ultimately, you really do kind of want to keep people locked into Bitcoin. I do think that these guys, like, I do think they're kind of concerned about even Ethereum, right? Ethereum didn't care about the OFAC transactions. Ethereum didn't give a shit about, like they were just continued to process Tornado Cash transactions through that whole time. So they have shown some kind of level of censorship resistance. Maybe it's not fair, right? They didn't do a fair launch or whatever, and they did all this pre-mine. All right, whatever. Bitcoin had their ASICs, and half the early coin got lost. And so the ASIC holders centralized the Bitcoin supply. So shut up, Bitcoin's as centralized in supply as Ethereum is. So whatever. But Ethereum has all these contracts and all these people doing all this stuff like outside of the system. Like there's the promise that like there's going to be, so there already are derivatives platforms to trade currency pairs on like Ethereum layer 2s and do all this stuff. So again, what I'm getting at here is that Bitcoin is useless. It doesn't do shit. Nobody can use it for anything except for occasionally people, like, it'll see these big influxes of people like, oh, well, I can process my transactions, bro. Yeah, you can, bro, because everybody left the fucking chain to go somewhere else because every time we try to use it, it clogs up. And then so people go elsewhere and they stop using it, right? Like they use Tether now. Congratulations on limiting Bitcoin. So now everyone can use Tether on Ethereum and on Tron and on Solana. Anyways, but still, in terms of price, like I think that the cabal still does really probably want to keep the spotlight on Bitcoin. That's the whole point here. So yeah, congratulations to all the maxi bros that knew that the government fiat was going to keep their bags going for them. I don't think they quite thought of it that way, but they happen to be right for the wrong reasons, but good for them. Okay, let's look at the Z-scores. Monero obviously did crazy big pumps. And the Z-scores reflect that. We still see a spattering of coins here, right? So we've got Bitcoin, we've got BCH is actually doing fairly well, and we see Tron still continuing to perform. So that's kind of interesting. Everything else is still sort of lagging behind here. So I don't know what the story is there, but really here's the story. There's only so much liquidity that's available right now. And when there's only so much liquidity available, it can only make its way into certain assets. So you're going to see some assets being pumped while the rest get left behind. And then you'll see some kind of reversal. So right now it's BCH and Tron. Maybe those guys will reverse at some point and we'll see a few other currencies pumping, but it's not a big broad pump of everything, right? It's not the everything pump because the liquidity hasn't been injected yet. JPOW is still like worried about the inflation or whatever, and they probably should be. And at some point, they're not going to do that liquidity pump until they absolutely have to, right? They're going to try and hold it back. And then once they absolutely have to rescue the markets, because that's, the system left to its own devices, the system will produce deflation eventually. First inflation, then deflation, but ultimately the system deflates and collapses on its own weight absent intervention. So they generally try to wait as long as they can in between interventions. So don't expect the big liquidity pump to happen just yet, which again is why I'm like, hey, Bitcoin price here at 101,000, that's probably the spot to look for. That's probably the spot to think, hey, maybe it's time to get short again, and just wait. Right. So there could be some oscillation. It could take a while. Ultimately, this thing, I believe, I still have the macro crash thesis on the board here. It just doesn't have to happen immediately, right? It doesn't have to be like the C word in 2020. It could be the long kiss goodnight. It could be the slow death, kind of like 2008 happened, or the .com, right? It took a long time for that crash to happen. And people at every point thought, oh, hey, we're going to reverse now, but then it didn't. So what's interesting here to me is that oil, so the markets are actually performing relatively well, but oil itself is not performing that great. So we've got oil here down at below $60 a barrel again. So clearly, clearly in the red zone, even more so in the red zone. This indicates that, people, apparently the market still expects, they still expect the global economy to slow down and the demand for oil to drop, right? Because oil prices are still falling. So that's not a good sign in general. Like that's not a good sign for the notion of a healthy, vibrant economy that's, producing a lot of trinkets and toys to ship internationally from China, and also your Nikes and your sweaters from Thailand or wherever, Vietnam. So the market is still apparently anticipating some kind of downturn and not really bullish on the oil price. Let's see, gold. We can take a look at gold here. It's still like, I mean, this chart is still crazy. As we talked about, gold tagged that upper line, that upper purple band. Let's put the stats on here. Statistics summary. Yep. So you can see right there, we tagged it perfectly with perfection. I hate to think that this could be the top in gold, but it might be. Right now, apart from this touch of that line right there, this is actually still a very bullish structure, right? So you got this going on. You could just say, hey, gold is just going to come down here to the purple bands, and then it could come do this. It's possible, right? That could still happen. But overall, like the statistics would say that the top is basically in for gold, guys. I don't know anywhere else that I want to go, to be honest, because I'm not comfortable or confident in any of the rest of the economy at the moment. I'm not sure if there's really anywhere to get any gains but I don't know. Gold has done so well for me. Do I want to abandon it at its glorious heights, and say, try and better deal gold? I don't know if that's what I want to do. So I've been thinking about it. I'll probably just keep holding it, at least the physical to have. There's no reason to sell it. Just the friction that you incur when you get in and out of gold is pretty significant. So probably I won't sell that. Maybe I'll find another way to sell some of the other stuff that I may or may not hold. I cannot confess anything on live, on air. Don't want to tell you about my hodlings. Okay, let's take a look at the stock markets. Stock markets have continued to make rebounds. This is basically kind of what we expected the stock markets to do. I feel like this is kind of intuitive here. I can't tell you for sure, but I feel like where it is right now is I wouldn't expect gains in the stock market next week. I would expect this thing to stop here for a moment. Probably need to do a little bit of this. Overall, maybe the stock market could make it up to these levels, right? Maybe that's a little bit high. From somewhere between here and here, right? I know that's here and here, right? So I guess for people listening, that would be about 5,900 for the S&P. Maybe all the way up to like 6,000. But that'll be probably the stopping point for the stock market for a period of time. And then we'll just have to wait and see, right? Is the grand negotiator going to negotiate with himself to give us better deals or worse deals? We don't know yet. We'll have to see. Same thing with the NASDAQ. NASDAQ has continued to pump. Currently up 20% off of those lows, off the swing lows, and currently only 9% down, 9% off its all-time highs that it set earlier this year. So, but yeah, I mean, currently still, I would expect the stock market to take a pause this next week before maybe trying to make its way a little bit higher. Honestly, guys, I'm not sure. I don't know if I could tell you what's going to give you gains at all this week. Are there going to be any gains? Maybe the bonds will give you some gains if you're inclined to playing with bonds. Nothing important with bonds here. They're just kind of chopping sideways still. It looks to me like overall the market, the yield curve continues to uninvert. Maybe 25% down on the stock with the scare was enough for now, I guess. I don't know. If this thing's going to do anything, it's going to take longer to get there, right? We don't see anything troubling with the bond market, so we're not looking at the resumption of the macro crash like right now at this exact moment. So, if you're long, you could just stay long. You can let the markets drift higher. It's almost always safer to be long than it is to be short because there's the possibility that I'm wrong just in general. So, right. And then the markets make new all-time highs. So that could happen. Typically the market just doesn't crash and die forever. It eventually recovers. So it's typically a lot safer to be long than it is to be short or to not be in the market at all. So anyways, if you're long, you could basically probably just stay long. We got some numbers on the unemployment. It actually just was flat. I was kind of like, hey, is this thing going to tick up? It's still like, I don't know if they're like juicing these numbers, guys, because this looks sus. This looks really suspicious to me. Where it's like, hey, the SOM rule was hit, but then it stops, right? And it kind of does this. It wouldn't surprise me if they're lying, if they're juicing these numbers, because if this thing continues going to the upside, it's a foregone conclusion that there's a recession. And speaking of recession, we got some GDP numbers as well. And supposedly the GDP was positive, but they always go with a higher positive number on the initial announcement of GDP. So right now it says 1.1% year-over-year growth for the last quarter. The one before that, so the numbers that we got on January 1st, right? Or the number, sorry, Yeah, the numbers we got on January 1st. We didn't get them on January 1st, but it sort of represents like Q4 of last year. Anyways, that was like minus 2.87 ultimately, I think is where that settled out. But if you'll remember, this number, we were looking at this week by week, and it was changing all the time because they revised the numbers. And that's another way for them to kind of like lie without lying. We're like, oh, well, we're not trying to lie. We just got more data. We processed more data now. And now we have a better idea of what the GDP was. Even though like they're surveilling everything, they're pretending like they don't actually already know because they've already got all that information. They just have to like, they're not supposed to have it, so they can't say that they have it. We know they have it, so they pretend like they're revising the GDP number. So anyways, expect this number 1.1% to be revised somewhat. Obviously, you probably already know that I expect that to be revised downward. So let's see if this thing ends up negative again. Maybe not. Let's see. Housing market. The housing market hasn't recovered to the level that like you expect to see bounce, and this thing is not really bouncing that much, right? The housing market is having trouble moving towards the upside, and probably elevated rates are weighing on the markets, right? People are locked into their whatever house they're in. They got to stick with it because they got the old rates, they got the low rates, and they don't want to sell their house and incur a new mortgage with higher rates. The housing market just has low volume in general, and is going to have a hard time really making any big strides, any big moves towards the upside. But that's probably good because rents are already high enough, right? And houses are already ridiculously, stupidly, retardedly, disgustingly overpriced. Like housing is just, it's insane. It's insane how much it costs to buy or build a house. And I mean, you're talking like basic few, 3-bedroom starter homes. So what's that, bro? All right.
I was saying, tell me about it. It's depressing.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, even where you're at, like you're kind of out in the country and it's still crazy high out there.
Yeah, where I should live, it should be like, 4 years ago it was way cheaper than it is now. Like within the span of 4 years, like property values have gone up like 50 to 100%.
All these millionaires in America now, how many liquid millionaires are there? It's maybe a better question to ask. Yeah, because every boomer's got their house that's like $750,000 contributing to their, to their apparent net worth. But it's like a house is kind of a liability, unfortunately. Like we should build houses better where they're not a liability, but they're kind of a liability in a way, just because they require so much maintenance. I think that's all I got for you guys today. So I think we've covered everything, talked about all the stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't, maybe like Monero can probably keep gaining throughout this week. I'm not saying that it necessarily will. Don't quote me on that. But at this point, I couldn't tell you for sure where Monero goes. It looks like it's consolidating, trying to get back towards the upside. And if this dude has to flip 330 million into Monero, that's going to be a lot of positive price pressure to, for him to get there. Because again, what we didn't do? I wanted to look at the volume. I wanted to show you guys the volume. Let's do like the replay. Let's do the hourly replay on what happened here. So we got the volume on the bottom. We're going to pin this to a new left scale. And let's maybe that's too much. All right, that's too much, yeah. Okay, so you can see it on the left scale here when the volume buying started. I added all this up. I did a ish, kind of math, kind of wagged it, right? Wild ass guessed it. It looked to me like this guy, like this buying volume was something along the lines of about 30,000 Monero total, which, sounds like a lot, but that's really only like maybe $10 million in terms of USD Monero purchased. So, and you kind of have to make an estimation. Like, so for example, this green candle, I just assume all of the volume on this candle was buying volume, right? So on the left, you can see on the left, that's about 6,000 Monero in that single hour was purchased on Kraken, right? And then over here, okay, this was probably all selling volume, right? Was that him selling, or was that people just like, swing traders trying to sell it as well, or profit takers or whatever? I don't know. So you kind of, and then, okay, so here on this candle right here, this was almost no change ultimately. Up, down, it was about the same. So here on this candle, you say, okay, that's 1.9 thousand Monero, but half of, as much buying happened as there was selling approximately. So then the buyer, assuming that the buyer represented all the buying volume there, probably only bought about 900 Monero. And if you add it all up across all of these candles here, I estimated probably about 30,000 Monero was bought on Kraken. But that would also be assuming that he wasn't turning around and selling it. Hopefully he's not, like, maybe he's not that retarded. He did divide.
Yeah, that would have been really stupid if that's like the first thing. The second thing he did was then also.
Yeah. what he might have done, so he might have used the instant swap exchanges to be buying Monero while he was also buying Monero on Kraken, but then selling on Monero, or sorry, on Kraken, maybe selling the Monero that he had bought from the instant swap exchanges, which would also be pretty stupid as well.
It would be yeah.
I mean, he's probably I don't know if maybe he's a retard. It's possible, I guess.
I don't think he sold any of the Monero. Because like I think, because what it looked like if we look at like the price action, and then like also what's up with the volume. So like obviously there was a lot of volume going through because this guy was buying a ton of Monero, but it sounds like he didn't even get that far. Like he didn't even get that far, like maybe like 10, 15 million. The volume, even after the event happened, has been like way higher than it was before, which is really interesting to see. But also the price did not go back down to the pre-pump. It hit 250 for a little while, but so far it's been staying above 270 most of the time. So
yeah, let's put the volume moving average on here to make that very clear for people. Yeah, I mean, that's like you said, like the price hasn't gone back down. So has he sold some? Maybe, I don't know, probably, but has he?
I have a feeling he hasn't, and it was just like people, just like the speculators taking some profit, assuming it would go back down, but it didn't end up going down that much. Now from like the peak, which was like 330, I think MEXC was reporting 390. Kraken definitely wasn't reporting 390. But like from like 325, 330 to the peak to 250, yeah, that's a pretty decent swing. But where it's sitting at now, it's nicely in between those two ranges, and it never went back down to 240. It never hit 240 again. So
MEXC has hardly any Monero, anyways. They're the new Binance. They're fraudulent scumbag exchange is what they are, and they will surprise KYC you despite pretending like there's no KYC. I think everybody here knows that, but yeah, they keep shutting down withdrawals. So they're fractional reserve on Monero. They're trying to absorb as much buying pressure as they can. They're a bad actor.
Props to Kraken. During this event, like in the midst of it, I was like, you know what? I have a little bit of Monero on Kraken. Like most of mine's not, but I have some on Kraken. I'm just gonna withdraw all of it. And I did, and I got it within 3 minutes. So
yeah, actually, man, that's a really good point. The fact that Kraken hasn't shut down their withdrawals despite some dude on there like just cleaning out their order books and pulling that coin off their exchange. I have to presume he didn't leave it there because that would be manifestly stupid. That's a good sign that they have the Monero they say they do. He's just cleaning out their order books left and right and pulling all that Monero off. If Kraken didn't have that, they wouldn't be able to keep they would have been able to service your withdrawal. So
they had no issues at all. So props to Kraken for being the only decent exchange in existence.
Seriously.
Shit. Now Kraken was really just providing, because he went through instant exchanges. Obviously he's not going through Kraken because he's not KYC.
I think he's taken all paths. I think he's trying to clean out as much liquidity as he can. Oh,
yeah, but how would he even be interacting on Kraken then? Like,
because I don't think they knew that the hack had happened just yet.
Yeah, because if he did it before it happened, he would have been fine. Now it's too late, right? Now, in order to buy his Monero now, he needs to.
I'm talking about the hacker, right?
Yes, the same guy. Yep, he sent
steals his Bitcoin
potentially to Kraken as well as using the instant exchanges. Bawdy was theorizing.
So then
as many ways
they have an ID associated with this guy, whether he has a fake Kraken account or something.
He could have totally had fake KYC. Like these things are not super hard to bypass. Like KYC is not that effective. It's very possible.
Yeah, like basically, so he would have taken the coin, he divided it into a bunch of smaller amounts, and then deposits that on a Kraken. Or maybe he flipped it. He flipped the Bitcoin into USDT or something, and then deposited that onto Kraken. And that can be a little bit hard for them to follow, right? At least in the hours after a major hack, they might not know about it. Let's look at the Kraken.
My point is they definitely have data on some type of data on this guy if he went through Kraken. Even if he has fake KYC stuff, there's things to learn from that. Try to figure out who this.
Yeah, they probably do have some.
I mean, that seems very risky, right? Like the smartest thing for him to have done would be to just.
He should have used
keep
XmRChat
acquiring Monero, keep pumping it, and just like pump up the market cap of Monero. You have so much. $300 million worth of Bitcoin, right? That he could ultimately put into the Monero. And if he then sitting there with,
if you're him,
millions of dollars and
That's what he tried doing, though. I mean,
Yeah,
he,
that's
he
exactly what he
do all
did.
of it.
right. But I'm saying continue to do so, right?
Well,
okay, so he
what
has
I'm
a
guessing,
window of opportunity.
That would be the great escape. The
Correct.
great escape is you put all. Essentially, he walks away with hundreds of millions of dollars, many hundreds of millions of dollars.
the
worth
thing
of
is,
Monero.
though,
He walks away with $1 billion worth of Monero, and he took the market cap 100x.
listen, at some point, that address became like by the time that Zach XBT is like posting the information, it's too late for him. He can't use any of these AML exchanges to, assuming he's doing directly from the Bitcoin. He can't do it anymore. It's too late. So now he has to go through avenues if he can. If there's any alternative to EXCH because they're shut down already. He has to go through avenues of like no AML checks in order to continue, and that's where liquidity is going to be like even lower. So
now, what's happening with these exchanges, right? These instant exchanges, and I guess even Kraken, because at the end of the day, they're now receiving blacklisted Bitcoin, right? Marked Bitcoin that was stolen. What now happens with that Bitcoin that they have? Like, how do they now get?
They're gonna have
No,
to.
they're fine. It's not their fault. The government's like, oh, okay, well, you reported it, and
yeah, but it's basically stolen property, right? So the person who got hacked, who had the Coinbase account, can sue these exchanges and try to get.
They can't. They can't. That's
yeah, they can because it's not money.
A relevant legal question, right?
Because it's not money. Yeah, it's the bona fide. I actually did a show on this years ago. Yeah, I mean it's old legal theory, right? It's common law, but the common law applies to cash, to money, and it's basically where the importance of fungibility derives from. Because you can't have a money system where people can then essentially sue and ask for their stolen money back, right? Because nobody would ever want to receive money unless they knew, with 100% certainty that this money wasn't, previously stolen from somebody else. And basically, money is treated differently ultimately than property because the same rule doesn't apply to property. If somebody steals your property and then goes and resells it, you can try to obtain that property back. You wouldn't be able to do the same with cash, but with property you can, and Bitcoin is definitely more property-like than cash-like because it has this traceability. Because the very fact that you can trace it and show that it was stolen and you could determine where it rightfully came, that gives it this feature where it's now more property-like than cash-like in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, I feel like there was, so yes, what you're saying is absolutely correct about cash. Like there's been these court cases, these litigations where like people were like, this is the exact bills that were stolen from me and I can trace it to the bank. And then they try to sue the bank to give them back those bills. And the court's like, no. Money is declared fungible by law. And so you can't actually sue the bank through no fault of their own. They ended up in possession of your specific dollar bills or $100 bills or whatever. I don't know in terms of
if I steal $1 million from you, cash, right? And I go on Craigslist and I buy a car from somebody with the cash. The person who sold the car receives the stolen cash. I receive the car. You have, in the U.S., based on common law, you cannot now go sue that person who sold the car and get the cash back. Right? That's currently how things are interpreted in the law. But if the car was stolen, that person can come after me. The person I bought the car can come after me for their stolen property.
Yeah.
And so is Bitcoin more like the
AI
car
right
or more like the cash? And I actually did a great Monero talk on this years ago because somebody wrote a paper on it, did like a legal paper on this very concept. And
Well,
he
so
came to.
has crypto been seized from exchanges to return back to the original, like stolen crypto that ended up
I
on
don't
exchanges?
know.
Does that end up back at the original property holder?
That's what I'm basically asking. I don't know. Has that I don't know. That's kind of what I'm asking because I mean, according to this guy at the time, a couple of years ago, he was saying that Bitcoin is more property-like and will be treated more like that versus like how the law is traditionally treated cash, because it has this traceability, because you are in fact able to see where it came from.
Yeah, I'm trying to read up here on just to see what AI has to say. It says that courts have developed specific mechanisms to compel exchanges to assist in recovery. Yeah, I mean, okay, duh, we know that. Something about disclosure orders against crypto exchanges that require them to reveal information regarding the identity and location of the owners connected to the fraud. I don't know. It's not being terribly specific here in whether or not exchanges have been compelled to. The recovery process through exchanges. When stolen cryptocurrency reaches an exchange, victims have specific legal pathways that don't exist with cash. Courts have established that freezing injunctions can be used to overcome anonymity. They can freeze accounts. It's still not saying whether or not the victims end up. It said something about like exchanges sometimes will transfer stolen funds into a government-controlled address. So I guess there's that. Obviously, they blacklist addresses, but yeah, none of this is really challenges in exchange-based recovery. Despite these tools, recovering cryptocurrency through exchanges isn't without challenges. Jesus, this is such a useless blathering of. This is sometimes so. Like right here, AI is not being terribly. Let's see the Bitfinex case. Talks about the Bitfinex hack. All right. I didn't get an answer from Claude in this case specifically. It was the one I was asking. Yeah, I mean, no, you're right. Like, I think I guess it's got to be still a bit of a gray area. Can victims go to the exchange and say, hey, this was stolen Bitcoin. You have to give it back to me. I think the government just inserts their grubby little fingers and has required the exchanges to transfer that Bitcoin to government wallet addresses where the government can take their cut. And maybe the victims get something later. I don't know. But I mean, you raise a good point. About whether that's property or not.
Yeah, I did a Monero talk on it. Actually, it was an interesting topic, and I've always been very interested in this because ultimately that's obviously what I see as the flaw in Bitcoin, right? Because it's then not functioning as money.
If it was fungible by its very nature, then you wouldn't have to ask the legal question in the first place because the fungibility, like the actual fungibility of the asset itself would function to be like, well, it doesn't matter. You can't prove there's no evidence to say that this Monero, or in this case, Bitcoin, if it was fungible, you wouldn't be able to say that was stolen.
It's called it's called the bona fide purchaser doctrine.
That's so funny how the things that the declarative fungibility of cash still like requires the law to say that it is fungible and then make rulings on that basis to pretend like it's fungible, even though sometimes cash isn't. Yeah. Whereas if it was actually fungible, it wouldn't even be an issue. Like you wouldn't have to have a court case about it. It would just function that way.
Exactly. Yeah, under the UCC and common law, money is considered a negotiable instrument that can pass free of prior claims when acquired by a holder in due course or a bona fide purchaser.
He's bona fide. Hey, one thing I wanted to say here still about Kraken and the volume and the hack here. We're looking at the XMR BTC chart on Kraken. We're looking at the 1 hour, and I have the volume pulled up. And what you can see is, so on the left here is the volume, right? That's 2,500 at the very, very max. That was 2,500 Monero purchased. The total volume on here for XMR BTC is nowhere near the volume that we saw for XMR USD on Kraken, right? Where we're seeing numbers, you're seeing many candles here of 7,000, 6,000, 5,000 XMR being purchased on Kraken. So what I'm getting at is that it's interesting that the guy he hacked Bitcoin, or he stole some Bitcoin, but the primary liquidity happening on Kraken was versus US dollar, not versus Bitcoin. So Yeah, I wonder if he wasn't swapping that into like USDT or something. So maybe we'll check XMR USDT, see what that liquidity looks like. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, so that's maybe what happened here. Okay, because 70,000 Monero. Oh, that's Qcoin. No, we can't trust them. They're fucking liars. That's not right. XMR USDT. All right, that's my fault. Kraken, here we go. XMR USDT on Kraken. Yeah, okay, but we're not seeing much swappage for USDT either on Kraken, right? We're looking at like 1,000, a few candles of 1,000 here, a handful of candles that show 1,000 XMR being purchased. The primary liquidity on Kraken was versus USD. So that's really interesting. I'm trying to understand why that would be. Maybe it's because the instant swap exchanges were using Kraken as their liquidity point, and maybe they were just trading actual US dollars instead of as their means for acquiring more Monero to service the instant swaps that this guy was doing. Like maybe the Kraken volume is kind of a secondary effect as opposed to a primary one. I think unless someone has like really more specific information on that, I could only speculate there.
Yeah, ChatGPT is saying Bitcoin is property, not legal tender. U.S. courts treat Bitcoin as personal property. Therefore, the bona fide purchaser doctrine does not protect downstream recipients the way it does. Basically saying, yes, likely, the person who had their Bitcoin stolen could go after the, exchange for the Bitcoin. But yeah, the question is, has that happened?
I haven't heard of that. Like, I mean, and just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but I don't think we've heard of that too much. It's like the exchanges are given this, like, somehow they're afforded some kind of legal protection. I bet you this is one of those slimy things that happens in the background with regulators, where the regulators are like, well, technically speaking, you have all this Bitcoin that every, 1/3 of all the Bitcoin on your exchange is sourced, at some point to some hack somewhere. So if you don't want to play ball with us, we could just go to court and say that, hey, this is stolen property, and then go return it to the people, to the victims of the theft. And then you're going to lose 1/3 of your Bitcoin, and you have no more recourse. So you better do what we say. We're going to take you to court over this. I bet you that they use that on the back end to twist their arms. You'd have to ask Mr. Bawdy Brian Armstrong, Mr. Armstrange, if that's the case or not. He'd probably tell you yes.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if I was the guy who had my 300 mil stolen, I'd certainly be pursuing this avenue.
Yeah. If you had any money left to pay your lawyers.
Yeah.
I do know of a case individually where a instant swap exchange was requested to give up some Bitcoin that they had taken to swap that was stolen because their AML checks didn't catch it.
What was the resolution of that one?
They gave up the Bitcoin. Yep. Or to avoid any further legal complications.
Interesting. All right. Bawdy, what else you got?
That's all I got, bro.
I did see, Bawdy, because I want to get your take on this. I know you're the ultimate Zano skeptic. Me, I'm a little bit more friendly to Zano. For two reasons, or a couple of reasons. Obviously, I always say, right, because Andre, but also the other primary reason is because I was always interested in this idea of an algorithmic private stablecoin, and that was kind of the promise of Zano. One just launched, and I'm curious if this is actually something that can withstand the test of time, or is a theoretical impossibility like Haven, or it's more like MakerDAO. Let me quickly bring this up, actually. Where is it? The Freedom Dollar. I just saw this morning. Maybe this is why Zano's pumping. Maybe not. I don't know. Who knows? It's such a small market cap coin. It could be anything. Let's. Oh, buddy, you got to take down your thing.
Oh, sorry, I got you.
So yeah, this Freedom Dollar. So it's basically backed by Zano.
Oh my fucking god!
So it's an algorithmic stablecoin backed by Zano. Is this something that could be legitimate, or do you think
No.
there's, it's
No.
an impossibility?
0%.
No, not even any smart
0%
features
chance.
on Zano.
Now, why? Because
Literally
we're
impossible.
saying it's basically like a haven, or I mean, how does MakerDAO do it?
MakerDAO does it by actually backing DAI with USDC, USDT, and a whole spattering of stablecoins that are backed allegedly by reserves. Not there's this algorithmic component to it, and that helps to stabilize the price algorithmically. But the fundamental basis of the value of DAI rests on the fact that it's backed by other stablecoins, and those stablecoins are backed by actual dollars. They're not. Tether is not an algorithmic stablecoin. USDC is not an algorithmic stablecoin. Assuming they have the assets that they say they do, they should be. They're stable because of that. Those assets backing them. Yeah. They've got their liquidity bots and their market makers that ensure that peg stays there. But generally speaking, it's not like an on-chain smart contracts, algorithmic voodoo magic that keeps the price pegged. And all the coins, every single coin that has tried to do that and be a pure algorithmic stablecoin has crashed and burned and destroyed a lot of people's wealth and value. So, and just the fact that Zano doesn't actually have like true smart contracts, like run far away. This is not like.
I want it to be true. I want an algorithmic stablecoin. That's why I was so excited about Zano.
Yeah, it's literally because there's no smart contract features. It's literally impossible, isn't it, buddy? To do algorithmic stablecoin.
They probably have some clever things going on to get around that, but I mean, even if they did have smart contracts, I would still say run far away. Danger, Will Robinson.
All right. So you're saying it's like no different than a Havino. They fundamentally have the same issues as that. Haven would have.
Or I already forget the name. The biggest one that crashed and burned.
Oh, Luna? Was that Luna?
Yeah, Luna. Terra Luna.
Okay, so
Classic.
It's like it can last while it does until you get some kind of major downturn where the thing backing it crashes in value, and just then you enter a death spiral.
Yeah. They show the Zano reserved. So there's basically what, 100,000 Zano? No, $1 million worth of Zano backing $100,000 worth of this.
How do you see that?
I don't know. Oh, here we go.
Let's see. And so
Transparency, C, follow these steps to create a view-only Zano wallet that tracks the publicly verifiable Freedom dollar reserve address. This allows anyone to confirm that Zano balance held as reserve. So you could see the amount of Zano.
Zano's price is currently $11.50. So if they have 100,000 Zano backing it, that would imply 1.1 million or 1.15 million in terms of value, right? Of the actual value of the Zano backing it. Maybe that floats somehow. The other thing too is like you have to realize that $1.1 million worth of Zano sold on the open market is not worth $1.1 million. You're going to get slippage. So that's like another.
Oh, here we go.
In terms of design, that would be.
Yeah, of course. How FUC keeps its value. Over collateralized safety buffer. FUSD is backed by far more value than it issues. Each FUSD token worth $1 is supported by a reserve of the cryptocurrency Zano. At launch, FUSD is roughly 10 times over collateralized. Then they say collateral grows naturally over time. How? First, when new FUSD is sold into the network, the Zano paid by the buyers goes straight into the reserve, increasing the backing for all FUSD. Second, the market-making bot can earn a slight profit on every sale or purchase of ZRD, further adding to the strength of the collateralized reserve. So the bot that's trading back and forth is putting all the profits into the reserve. Third, the reserve Zano. Is this how like Luna and these other ones worked, or is this like unique?
I never really looked too deeply into how their algorithm was set up, but yeah, I mean it's.
Oh,
it's
the third thing is saying, and then all the Zano that is backing it is staked, so then it's earning obviously, staking rewards. As it's.
I mean, they're not the first ones to try over collateralization as the means of backing.
Interesting. Well, wanted to let you get the word out.
These big major projects were unable to figure out how to do algorithmic stablecoins, and many of them have tried and failed. And the one that got the closest was MakerDAI, but they eventually had to back DAI with actual stablecoins. And then something. What was it that happened recently? Maybe Tux, if you remember, I don't know, but something happened where. Like they got compromised effectively. Like the guy that made MakerDAI suicided allegedly in Puerto Rico after saying that he was being followed by intel agencies and that he was probably going to be suicided soon. And then they did something where they like.
But wait, hold on. But MakerDAO's still around and successful, but they had bumps in the road, right? But they ultimately.
Their bump in the road was that they couldn't maintain an algorithmic stablecoin successfully. They had to back their stablecoin with other stablecoins,
which is really funny.
Yeah.
So it's wow. Okay.
I do have a couple super chats here that have been sitting here for a while. Let me go ahead and pull these up. Cyrus tipped $5. I believe that silver is the most undervalued asset on the planet. A lot of people do, I'm sure. There is a concerted effort to suppress the price by the bankers, technologists, and military-industrial complex that depend on silver being cheap, despite increasing demand/supply deficits.
They're winning. They're winning.
My damn silver to go up. So true, brother. They're putting down my silver.
Here's the problem. They demonetized silver, and it's been continually demonetizing ever since 1965. And because nobody gold is still heavily monetized because of its value to weight ratio. And so you still have central banks that hold shitloads of gold. You have China, they're always buying gold, and the Russians buy gold, and Indians love gold, and everyone loves gold. Okay. But silver, nobody really gives a shit about silver. Everyone's using it for electronics. So it has a very high commodity value demand, but it doesn't have the monetary aspect of its price component. That monetary aspect of its price component has been slowly dying decade after decade as people realize that it's never getting remonetized, not as long as the current cabal is in power. So that's the problem with silver. It's yes, they are suppressing it and they're winning. And I don't see how that's going to change anytime soon. So just keep that in mind.
And then we've got Frank Castle tipped $5. Thank you, Frank. And I guess we can go ahead and move on to the news segment with Tony. Oh, we got a lot of people in the backstage ready for the stage segment. But let's go ahead and thank you so much, Bawdy, for this extra in-depth price report.
Thank you, Bawdy. Great job.
The nothing ever happens chuds are losing this time. There's something that significant that did happen this week.
We finally poked it with a stick and it did something.
Finally did something. So, yeah, thanks, Bawdy. We'll go ahead and move on to the new segment.
I can't wait to we're having one of these shows as or after Monero has broken $1,000. That's gonna be a good time. That's gonna be a good Saturday morning. Thank you, Bawdy.
Agreed.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
GM.
Hey, good morning. Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
What's up, Tony? How's it going?
Good. You just can't be bored, can you? There's lots of news always.
I know. It's just
Europe,
like it just
UK.
grow. The momentum just continues to slowly compound and grow.
There's just so many things. Like Europe and the anonymous cryptos, the UK, Samurai Wallet, a lot of stuff. Trump posting his AI-generated Pope picture. It's just so much to digest.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
highly entertaining. The Matrix is definitely entertaining us, so we're getting our money's worth in this video game.
God, that's a good way to put it.
Max entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a lot of it's a big circus, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of clowns.
But yeah, take it away, man. I think there's a bunch of links today, so
Yeah, a
do
lot
your
of good
thing.
stuff. Yeah. And then one thing I had about the Zano's algorithmic coin, but I'm not going to mention it since you guys already covered it. But other than that, let's get into the news section, guys. So the first thing I want to cover is a post from Spirobel. It's about a CCS proposal for the Monero browser wallet. So let's go into that CCS proposal a little bit. So Spirobel is behind it, and it's essentially going to be a Monero browser wallet, self-hostable Stripe payment links alternative, multi-sig, which is really cool. Companion app accessible across platform Monero library, and list of initial tasks. Some of them are add multi-wallet syncing to the library, enable multi-wallet background syncing and Monero payment links, spend function, private key management to the extension, and a lot of other stuff. Then it talks about the milestones, and also the most important section is the why. So the goal is to remove all friction from the privacy-enabled web shopping experience. Currently, most Monero shoppers have to copy and paste addresses from the Tor browser into their wallets. This opens the door to unnecessary OPSEC failures, as it is easy to get confused and intimidated by long strings of random numbers. So this is what it's trying to fix. And also there's a big difference, he said, between a browser wallet and a web wallet. A web wallet is a flawed experiment that is borderline custodial, as it runs wallet code inside the context of a website. This is not to be confused with a browser wallet. A browser wallet runs trusted code as a compartmentalized, constrained program instead of a sandbox. So I'm definitely looking forward to this project of Spirobel, and it's awesome getting more stuff for Monero. So I'm very excited. Now moving on, let's talk about, well, it's been covered in the price segment, of course, but let's go into it a little bit. So Zach XBT posted about the suspicious transfer that was made from a potential victim for $330 million. So 3,520 Bitcoin. That's a lot. And this is the theft address, which we're gonna go into actually, because it's such a large amount that it's quite comical. And then he posted an update that it is confirmed to be a social engineering theft from an elderly individual in the US. So I guess they extorted him of that much money. And another update so far, 7 million has been frozen with the help of CF investigators, Binance security team, etc., etc. 2 suspects in the 330 million heist include Nina Mo, a Somalian who operates a call scam center in Camden, UK, of course, and then accomplice Work, who assisted with the site/call, and they have since deleted their social media accounts. Moving on to that address, as we can see over here, I just can't help but laugh because it's such a large amount. So there we go, $332 million that have been transferred into this wallet, to which they paid a fee of 9.8k sats. So moving that much money only costs $10. Of course, it could be a lot more expensive. You could pay for coffee and spend that much too on Bitcoin, but such a crazy number to see on the chain. And this is the address. Now, as we have seen in the body, and it's been talked about in the news segment, but Monero jumps 51% after suspicious transfer of 333 million in Bitcoin. And of course, people have been posting about it on X and social media. such as this one, AO, what's happening with XMR USDT? And I was also wondering what's happening because it jumped really, really high. It just went up a lot. And Crash reposted this, and he tweeted, "The richest and smartest people in the world will wake up one by one when there was a $100,000 coin trading at 270." And I think definitely smartest people and richest people will wake up and they will get some Monero. And it's definitely, we're not about pumping the price, but definitely the higher prices, more people use it, more transactions, more used it is. So yes, I do believe that it's going to reach quite a high price, and it's possible to reach that big of a price, and hopefully it's going to do it too. Quickly, Retoswap average trade size up 600% since January, as we can see on here. So transactions have been, or the average trade size rather, has been going up as well. Now, let's talk about now we're going to get into the EU ban, UK, and stuff like that. So the EU to ban anonymous crypto accounts and privacy coins by 2027. And this is what this Cointelegraph talks about. Now, I tried to get my hands on the actual paper, and it's been very, very hard to find. And I actually did manage to find that paper, and it's in a Canva file. But I did manage to get it, so it's quite funny. But yeah, so we're going to talk about this. So the European Union is set to impose sweeping AML rules that will ban privacy-preserving tokens and anonymous cryptocurrency accounts from 2027. We'll go into it a little bit on the slides to see what that means. But basically, under the new anti-money laundering regulation, credit institutions, financial institutions, and crypto asset service providers will be prohibited from maintaining anonymous accounts or handling privacy-preserving cryptocurrencies such as Monero. And that's very important. And we're actually going into the paper in a bit. But from what I understand and from what I read, it's not like it doesn't make it illegal to hold Monero. It's just that credit institutions, financial institutions, and crypto asset providers, they will just be prohibited from maintaining accounts, handle Monero, and things of that nature. Let's go a little bit. I think there was some other stuff from here. If not, we'll go straight into that. EU to increase oversight of crypto service providers. Yeah, so essentially it's gonna take effect on July 1st, 2027, quite a bit. Then also other notable measures include mandatory customer due diligence, CDD, on transactions above €1,000, which it's just such a small amount of money, but they still want customers to do their due diligence on it. So they really want to know what you're doing with your money, essentially, because I think the amount, I think it was 10,000. Now I think it's something like 1,000, but it's just such small amounts. They definitely want to crack down on what you're doing. So let's see. It's kind of hard to operate a little bit because it's a Canvas slide. But let's see. I think it was slide 13 or 12, but this is how it looks like. EUCI, the AML handbook. Looks nice. Table of contents. Okay. So introduction. Let's read this a little bit, and then we'll go into page 12 or 13. The regulatory landscape for crypto assets in the European Union has evolved significantly and has since the adoption of the AML directive, which first extended AML and counter-terrorist financing obligations to crypto asset service providers. So they, with time, of course, they had to, criminals, and they've been using crypto to launder and finance terrorism and things like that. And it happens way more with cash, with dollars and euros than crypto, by the way. And we've shown this in a couple of episodes before, where crypto was such a small, minimal amount compared to what the dollars are being used for financing, that it's just an excuse for them to crack on it. But yeah, so essentially they're now wanting to crack down on crypto assets more and more. Rapid technological changes, of course. So this is their little handbook. A guide for crypto activities provides a structured and practical overview of these obligations under the new AML regulation. Same shit as usual, says Roy on YouTube. Same shit as usual. That's true. So let's go to page, I think it was page 11 or page 12. Do what Roy said, they do whatever they want, but not for the slave. Well, that's true. It's always been true. Slave is a slave. Yeah, there we go. So introductory note on anonymity risks in crypto asset services. And it's going to be interesting when we're going to talk about the UK version of this, because in the UK, essentially, they won't allow you to buy crypto using credit cards. Because they kind of talk about it akin to gambling. Now it's going to be interesting how they look at this stuff and their little crackdown. But yeah, so the anonymity of crypto assets presents significant risks of misuse for criminal purposes. It's minimal again. I wish I had the charts available now, but yeah. So anonymous crypto asset accounts and other anonymizing instrument hinder the traceability of transactions, obviously, and complicating the detection of suspicious activity and the application of effective customer due diligence measures. So these anonymous things, they go against of us spying on you. To ensure the robust application of AML CFT requirements, crypto asset service providers should be prohibited from offering or maintaining anonymous crypto asset accounts or any mechanism that enables enhanced obfuscation of transactions, including through anonymity enhancing coins. So from this and the next page, it doesn't seem like they're banning individuals per se of owning them, but just makes it a lot harder to get it, or they're trying to. This prohibition does not extend to providers of hardware, software, or self-hosted wallets, provided they do not possess access to or control over the crypto asset wallet themselves. Next page, I think, let's see. Or was that it? I think, anonymous accounts and bearer shares. I think this is the last one on this. Article 79 of the AMLR establishes strict prohibitions on anonymous accounts, bearer shares, and bearer share warrants to enhance financial transparency and prevent illicit financial activities. Enhance financial transparency. To enhance just spying on you. Prohibition of anonymous accounts. So again, credit institutions, financial institutions, and crypto asset service providers are prohibited from maintaining anonymous accounts, including bank and payment accounts, passbooks, and safe deposit boxes, crypto asset accounts allowing anonymization of transactions, accounts using anonymity enhancing coins. Existing anonymous accounts must undergo a CDD, customer due diligence. Sounds fun to say, CDD. Sounds like CBDC. Rhymes a little bit, right? Before further use. So there we go. I don't see it as a ban necessarily. Like, you can still hold Monero. It's not illegal, but it's gonna definitely make it a lot harder to get in Europe. And they're set on it. So that's, I guess, January 1st, 2027. So almost 2 years to go. But that's been the direction, and that is the overall direction. Let's go on the UK part. And this was much easier to find, this publication than the other one. I don't know why they didn't. I guess another thing is, I don't know why they didn't publish the previous one, this one from Europe's AML. I don't know why it's not published. I couldn't find it. Maybe, I guess they're still working on it, but I don't know. Yeah, going back to this one. This one is interesting. Essentially, they want to ban retail investors from borrowing money, so using credit cards to buy crypto. And I do like what Freddie New posted here on X. Solution is simple. Roy said, stop paying taxes, stop using their fiat money. Yeah, it's probably a lot easier in other countries, but in the US, you better pay your taxes or they'll show up at your door with a couple AKs. But he said, Freddie New said on X about this whole UK situation, there's a lot to unpack. There is. Basically, I think everybody agrees, they hate you, and the fact that you have any money at all to spend on things you want to buy utterly enrages them. So this is from the latest of a series of discussions papers being published by the FCA, setting out the proposed regulatory regime for the entire crypto assets sector. Bitcoin Policy UK prepared responses to previous papers and will do the same here. Our key issue is the FCA's ongoing failure to understand that, and this is interesting, that different crypto assets have different risk profiles and should be treated differently, right? So Bitcoin, as that doesn't have the same risk profile as Unicorn Fardust or Fartcoin or whatever, or Trump coin. And he makes the case, Meta doesn't have the same risk profile as an unfunded startup, which is true. Overall, Bitcoin and Fartcoin are not on the same risk profile, for sure. In my opinion, Bitcoin is still risky because I don't believe in it. But yes, they do have different risk profiles. Like it doesn't take much to rug the pool on Fartcoin, but it takes a bit more effort on Bitcoin. Now, specifically on the use of credit cards for purchasing crypto assets, note that the small print statement, the prohibition will be against directly using a credit card to buy crypto assets. So I guess, and it doesn't apply to stablecoins. Then, with your credit cards, you will not be able to buy cryptos. You can buy stable coins, and that is namely to protect you. But also on the credit prohibition, this is similar to the pre-existing prohibition on using credit cards in gambling. A reasonably obvious point to make here is that if the FCA clearly think that buying crypto assets is essentially gambling, and I do agree that it's not, like, a lot of people do treat it as gambling in a way, especially these meme coins. So I can kind of see why they would like to protect you against gambling your money and inheriting debt and things like that. But I don't think that they really care about you to that extent. So there's another reason why they're doing this. Then any gains from such gambling should be treated the same way. Namely, any gains should not be subject to capital gains tax. If you think the market is gambling, then regulate it in exactly the same way. I do wonder if actually the money you make from gambling in the UK is taxable. So that's interesting, because then if you think that crypto is gambling, then perhaps it shouldn't be taxed. So yay, I guess, for people living in the UK. But yeah, this is basically what this is about. Let's go into page 51 of the publication from fca.org.uk, restricting the use of credit to purchase crypto assets. JK said, okay to gamble on football or horses or slot machines. Right. Like, I guess, right? I guess you can use your credit card in the UK to gamble on football or horses, but not on crypto assets. Actually, I should have looked it up. No, I thought about it right now. But if that's, give us all your money. Yeah. But okay, here's some statistics that I came up with, right? So 84% of UK adults, around 46 million people, they hold at least one credit or loan product. In the previous 12 months, high percentage reflects the widespread use of credit among UK adults, right? So a lot of people in the UK have credit cards. A lot of people have credit cards. Now about the crypto aspect, buying crypto assets with credit is becoming more popular amongst consumer, and that's around the world. A recent survey we commissioned from YouGov found that those who said they paid for crypto assets with a credit card or existing credit facility, it's doubled from 6% in August 2022, 14% to August 2024. So a lot more people are getting into crypto in the UK and globally. A lot of people are into crypto in Europe, in Romania, a lot of places. I think Ljubljana was one of the friendliest crypto accepting places in the world too. That's a nice place, by the way. It'd be cool to have a Monerotopia there. But however, using this credit to buy crypto assets is too risky. There's inherent volatility, right? There's more volatility in crypto. Fluctuations can significantly and rapidly change the value of consumers' holdings. That's true. Okay, and they're basically concerned that by buying the crypto assets of credit, you may take on unsustainable debt, which some people do. There's all kinds of stories, selling their cars, selling their house, selling their whatever. just like with slot machines, like JK said, or any other form of gambling. The potential for impulsive crypto purchases can also increase the risk of over-indebtedness. Okay, and while a number of high-profile payment firms have voluntarily restricted consumers from buying crypto assets with their credit cards, some crypto asset firms continue to promote the ability for consumers to buy these assets using credit. Lastly, I like these open-ended questions that they have on this publication. So, and if I like to see what you guys think in the YouTube comments too. But so would restrictions on the use of credit facilities to purchase crypto assets be effective in reducing the risk of harm to consumers, particularly those vulnerable, the retards? So I probably shouldn't use that word, but it's quite a funny Reddit term. Are there alternative approaches that could equally mitigate the risks? Yes, and I think that is education. I think that instead of putting so many rules, you should look, why do people have this behavior of gambling and these addictions, if that's how you view it. And if you really want to protect them, then you look at your educational system and fix your educational system and have a more educated society, so that you have less rules. But if your society is that horrible, and yeah, I guess you need to implement more rules so that there's no chaos. But it's just really an excuse. They don't care to fix your education. They want you to be, more intelligent, and they just want to spy on you more while they're at it. So that's what they want to do. So that's the answer for question 41, UK. I think you should fix your education, and then just have less rules. I don't know. I can see where they're going with this, making it akin to gambling, yes, but the direction in which the UK is going with censoring speech and censoring and doing all this stuff, I doubt that they really care about the people and whether they gamble. I think they could give less of a shit if people gamble it, but whatever. Use Monero to evade taxes. Well, that's up to you. Now let's talk about, this one is interesting too. Do I have the paper? I do have the paper. Cool. Okay. So this one is about the default surveillance chains. And this one is from Fluffy Pony. He said, I called it. Default surveillance chains, Ethereum, Solana, etc., are going to end up being deeply problematic in the EU, maybe even banned. They're waking up to the problems. So now let's go. This one is a lot of interesting news this week. Now let's read. This is from the edpb.europa.eu publication. Now, number 63, personal data, and I'm going to read most of this verbatim. Personal data must be erased once the purposes of the processing has been achieved and any regulatory periods for retention have expired in order to conform to the principle of storage limitation. Data deletion, and this is because of just European laws, right? Get rid of the data after. Data deletion at the individual level in a blockchain can be challenging, and it is, and requires ad hoc engineering architectures. When deletion has not been taken into account by design, this may require deleting the whole blockchain. If the combination of on-chain and off-chain data compliance or data protection has been taken into account by design, it may be possible to prevent the future identification of a data subject for erasure of off-chain data, depending on the exact method chosen and the specific facts in question, whichever approach to storage limitation is chosen. It must be effective, or this would require their deletion of part of the blockchain, including the deletion of any copies held by nodes or other parties. Controllers should ensure that sufficient technical and organizational measures are in place for doing so. But it's crazy. But yeah, so essentially, just this sentence alone, this may require deleting the whole blockchain, or I guess part of it. I'm not sure by when this would be in place or whatnot, but it's crazy. So I wonder how that's going to evolve. But Europe is really, really cracking down on this stuff. Like I said, nice, Monero for the win. Right? Monero for the win, indeed. Okay, one more from Fluffy Pony. So this is his guide to understanding the current Bitcoin up_return drama. Lawrence posted on X. He said, I'm asking a dumb question. Storing JPEGs on-chain seems kind of dumb. There are already enough other chains to do that. So why not just remove the ability to store arbitrary data and keep Bitcoin focused on, transactions? Well, we already know that it's not that good at transactions. So I guess keep it just for holding and stop clogging it based on what he said. But Fluffy Pony said, Bitcoin Core sucks. It has no privacy. At least Bitcoin Cash is Cash Fusion, but that is not as good as Monero's protocol level privacy. But the trade-off is that Monero cannot do smart contracts. That's by voluntarism on YouTube. European politicians need to get their minds right. I would hope so. There's a lot of things that they need to fix. A lot of stuff. But who knows? I don't know. I have my hopes in the new generation, I guess, but we shall see. I'm quite, pessimistic. I don't know. But Fluffy Pony said Bitcoin is designed to be like cash, and he made an interesting point here. But he basically said, you can't stop people drawing. I like his analogy, drawing cat pictures on $100 bills and then using those to pay. They're legal tender, and by law, the recipient does not have the right to refuse them, nor do they have the right to say, I like a $100 bill without a cat scribbled on it. I've actually had people refuse, or have I? No, actually, no. I think if it's ripped, obviously they can reject it. But if you scribble on it, do whatever. I guess you need to accept it. But if you try to pass a law saying that people are not allowed to draw on or write on US dollar bills, it wouldn't stop people from doing it. You made a good point. They would just start using invisible ink. At worst, it use ink that takes a few hours to reveal, so that the recipient. This is crazy, right? So that the recipient thinks the bill is unmarked, they receive it, but then after a few hours, it's unusable, and they've lost the money as they can't use the bill. So they scribble it, blah, blah, they think it's legit, there's a law in place, and then, it's scribbled, so now it's invalid. So, yeah, that law would not really be effective. But essentially, that's what he talks about. And, if people want to do it, they can, but just... do it in a good way. So somebody said, trying to see, what is the law about the size of the cat pictures being limited put into place by Satoshi or later on? And he just said that, he replied, OP return with a limit first 80 bytes, then 40 bytes, then back to 80 bytes was introduced in March 2014, so several years after Satoshi disappeared. I think he made a case of, at least guide them at least guide people to, like, you can't stop people from doing dumb things, but at least guide them to do it in the least harmful way. That's his stance on people putting JPEGs and things like that. Now, Monero Market is closing down. Hate to see another market play is going down. Here's the message. Monero Market is winding down operations. Thank you to all users that took part in the circular economy. Effective immediately, there will be no new sign-ups or listings. Please withdraw any funds left remaining on the platform. Vendors can export listing data on their profiles. Profile page Monero Market will officially close on May 14th, 2025. We gave the project our all, but the effort required to keep it running no longer makes sense. We're moving on to other things. The future is bright for Moneros. So that's sad to see.
Yeah, this was really sad. I have no idea why they're shutting down. They had a decent amount of activity, to my knowledge. It was a nice Monero shop, but yeah, now the only one be XmR Bazaar, I guess.
It's the only one, and thank God we have it. It's kind of sad. Whenever I see these posts, I just get flashbacks of local Monero, XCH, and all these places. But thank God people are still developing. We have XmR Bazaar, a lot of things coming up, so it's sad, but at least we still have development going on. So
yeah, it's like they referenced the cost, but it's like I thought they made a decent amount of money on fees, but because they had they took money from transactions, to my knowledge, right? Or am I mistaken on that?
That I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Now, MEXC posted on X, GM, do we have enough liquidity or do we need more? Yes, I think you need more right here for Monero. Because The withdrawal status of Monero is
Yeah.
always unavailable. What a... I don't know. I guess they were trying to boast a little bit. Obviously, it's a boasting post, for sure. They try to boast like they have liquidity. Okay, then what's up with Monero? Why don't you put some more liquidity there, huh? Yeah. Moving on. So in China, they unveiled gold to cash ATMs that melt jewelry, verify purity, and transfer funds to bank accounts all in just 30 minutes. So that's interesting. Wow. So golden earrings, golden chains, whatever you have, you just put it on, I guess, weights it, melts it, and gives you the money equivalent. That's interesting. Doug said, we need this machine at the next Monerotopia spitting out XMR in exchange for gold. That'll be cool. Yeah, that'll be awesome. For sure. Then, oh God. Okay, let's go over this post over quick. SuperTestnet posted on X. Monero user Saberhagen says Monero has better receiver privacy than Lightning. I issued him a challenge. Will he accept it? This is the challenge. Essentially, he sent some Lightning. There was some Lightning and XMR exchange to public addresses, and let's see who figures out the most amount of information on the other one. And he posted this picture. Haha, here's what I found about you and your Monero. I know how much you have in it and all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then I am just going to read what Fluffy Pony said. And I may leave it at that with this one. If I can find it. God, it was really funny. Give me 1 second. Because it just sums it up, basically. Basically, he didn't trace anything. But it's so funny. Oh, I guess he was here. Xenok said, I don't know what's worse, the fact that you think this is tracing Monero or the fact that you have over 100 retards who liked it, lol. No wonder why Lightning Network still isn't used of darknet markets. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Fluffy Pony, can you give us any more details around this? And he basically just said, at no point is this even remotely tracing. An output identifier is not an address. You cannot send to it again, nor do you know if that is the balance or not, since you cannot know if that output has been spent or not. This is the dumbest thing I've read this year, and I should know. I've spent days reading idiotic arguments from the op return filter rows. So that's what Fluffy Pony has to say about this. So yeah, it's still uncomparable. And just look at what the dark market uses.
Yeah, I won't even give this guy attention because he's just something.
Yeah, that's why I just had to go over it quickly. But guys, remember the post? I forgot who posted it, but basically that the criminals are going back on to Bitcoin on darknet markets. And I think it provided no data or nothing. That was a funny post. Now, let's talk about the Samurai Wallet case, SDNY versus DOJ, the Sovereign District of New York, but also known as the Sovereign District of New York, who dropped the charges today if they want to. And it's just a clash between the SDNY versus the DOJ, essentially, as this article says. The DOJ says something, and then the Sovereign District of New York, or actually, I think it's Sovereign, they have a complicated relationship, and they just don't listen to what the DOJ says. And essentially, they could drop the case, but they just don't want to. That's what this whole thing says, essentially. So earlier this month, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche asked the DOJ to reconsider criminal cases brought against cryptocurrency mixers in a memo outlining priorities for the agencies. And yeah, basically, the SDNY must review the case according to Blanche's memo, asking for more time to consider dropping the charges is rather an implication of the fact that SDNY has not yet made up its mind. Clickbait headlines such as those published by CoinDesk lull the public into a false sense of security that may hurt the developer's fundraising campaign. So I'm curious of how this is going to develop, but yeah, it's an interesting relationship between the two, and hopefully they will just drop those charges. But yeah, hopefully we're going to cover that one day on the news section. Zano is about algorithmic private stablecoin. We talked about it in the news and the price segment, so you can go there to see about the Freedom Dollar and its components and stuff like that. So I'm not going to cover it here. Did I have a couple more? Very quick mention, just Donald Trump and his AI-generated Pope outfit. It's ridiculous, whatever. Okay, moving on. Just quick mention. I guess I'll talk about this for a little bit, just quickly, not too much. And then I've one more Monero mention video, and then one more XmR Bazaar update. But I just want to talk about this just a little bit. And I'm going to talk about Romania specifically and our election being canceled, because I'm not going to talk much about the other guys. I know more about this than the others. But Elon Musk, JD Vance, they basically try to pressure Romania, or stuff like that. And that Georgescu, he should have won. He should have been the elect, and he actually didn't win. We didn't make it to the next step. There was one more, but I mean, he probably would have won. Who knows? Maybe. I'm not quite sure. So you can't say that he won, because he actually didn't. It was canceled. The one thing, it was just poorly handled, because our system, they should have caught what he did before, instead of letting the whole thing run. But they're basically saying that there's no democracy anymore and blah blah blah. But when you have these extremists, fascists, you name it, how can you let them run? It's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. I don't know how much he knows about this, but he should be more careful with what he's posting online, especially Georgescu, what he did. And I'm from there, so I can talk about it. I've seen his debates in my native language. He sounds absolutely ridiculous. Obviously, even if he's just crazy, he should still be able to win. But he's an actual fascist, actually verbatimly talking like him sometimes, like the fascist leader that we used to have. He said he used €0 for his whole campaign. But his TikTok was blowing up with bots, so that's obviously $1 million operation or dollar operation that he conducted. He said Russia is the wisdom, way to go, blah blah, and these people are pushing for him, and they're pushing for AfD, which is also extremist. It's crazy what's happening right now. And actually, our election is again this weekend. Well, actually right now. So I'm gonna go tomorrow to vote. It's gonna be interesting, but yeah, just a little bit about that. It's crazy. Monero mentioned, Tom Woods asked the question that makes Bitcoin maxis squirm. My friends say that the vast majority of coins have Warflex except Monero because it has more privacy than Bitcoin. What are your thoughts on Monero?
But I have some friends who say to me, I agree with you. The vast majority of these coins are not worth anything, but I'll make an exception for Monero, because Monero is a good cryptocurrency because in part it has more privacy protection than Bitcoin has. Do you have any particular feelings about Monero and how we ought to think about it?
I think all of these coins, I guess I would be labeled a Bitcoin maxi. And I think what it comes down to is, at the end of the day, a lot of the broader crypto industry has really misunderstood what the competition is. They think it's a tech competition for better tech features on these blockchains, but really it's a monetary competition that comes down to these coins competing on monetary properties. And I think objectively, Bitcoin has the best monetary properties. And I think the Monero community would put the argument forward that if you don't have inherent privacy on chain, you have a deficient monetary property there. And I would just push back and say, I don't think that is the case. Monero is making the trade-off of you get perfect privacy, but it's hard to audit how many coins are actually in circulation. And when it comes to that aspect, I think the most important thing that Bitcoin solves is bringing sound money back to the world. And when it comes to enabling privacy at the protocol level or layers above it, I think that is a feature that is being added slowly but surely over time. So while I think it's objective to say that Bitcoin out of the box is not as privacy preserving as Monero, it is certainly out of the box a better monetary protocol, but has a better monetary policy, if you will. And I think slowly but surely we're beginning to see over time, both with people using Bitcoin at the protocol layer smarter and development kits coming to market, like PayJoin development kit, making it easier to use Bitcoin privately out of the box, and privacy features being added in layers on top of Bitcoin are going to enable Bitcoin to be used privately over time. But at the end of the day, whether it's Monero or any other cryptocurrency, I think what's really misguided people is they think these things compete on tech features, so privacy being one. But really, they compete on monetary properties, and Bitcoin has the best monetary properties objectively, in my mind.
So, okay, so he says that I'm preaching to the choir, obviously, but we all know the arguments, Bitcoin versus Monero, but it's nice to see that Monero has been mentioned finally, and not just privacy coins, and that the M word is actually spelled out. It's actually pronounced. So they actually said Monero finally, because usually they kind of sway around it and they just talk about privacy coins or other ones, but never mention Monero. So that's nice to see that it's being mentioned. Now, when it comes to his points, how is it a better monetary system when it doesn't have fungibility, which is very, very important to cash? Fungibility is extremely important. It's not just about having the better technology, right? It's also about, like, can it actually be money? Can it be used? And it has fungibility, which, yes, comes with privacy. So one Monero is not going to be worth more just because I don't know who used it, right? You're not going to be able to spy on somebody's money and deduce how much they have, or they sent it and all this stuff, which is absolutely crazy. And you can just introduce privacy slowly, but whatever. No, you either introduce it or you don't. And I don't think it's coming. It's already past that point. Like, come on. You think BlackRock and all these people are interested in Bitcoin being like Monero, fully private and fully actually working? No, they don't. They want to capitalize on the momentum, I think, capture a lot of people, a lot of investors, and that's the deal. But it has a lot of flaws. Bitcoin has a lot of flaws. The fees, the whole mining, centralized mining, and all these things that we all know of. So, but yeah, another thing is fungibility. That's just a very, very important aspect that Monero has, and that money has to have, that cash has to have. So, Frank said, Chemohat thinks fiat value equals a better monetary system. All his points are wrong. And Camel Hat, it's funny. The M word, yeah, the M word. People are scared to say it, but we say it here every day. I mean, every weekend, all the time. We're not afraid to say Monero, even if it's. I do wonder what's going to happen in Europe as well, if they're ever going to specifically say that you can't have Monero as an individual, because that will go against a lot of human rights laws. So I guess that's their way around it, the way they're doing it right now, just making it very, very hard to get, right? That's the strategy, I think. But stop using the fiat money. Yeah, stop using it as much as you can. And it's possible with Cake-Wallet, things of this nature. You just get Visa cards, gift cards, and you can get a lot of things done with Monero now, which is nice. Book your tickets, book hotels, whatever, buy your groceries. So Doug posted on X. He said, very excited for this new feature that he talked about for a while now. In a few clicks, you can link your Signal, Simple XChat, and session, cool, accounts to your XMR Bazaar account, so that when you receive a DM, order, or any notification on XMR Bazaar, you get a message on these apps This avoids having to constantly log into XmR Bazaar to see your notifications and will lead to more connections and sales being made. Please take a moment to set up your notifications using one or all of these 3 popular private messaging apps. It will greatly improve your XmR Bazaar experience and boost the Monero circular economy. And for sure, it's an amazing feature because now, smash the like. Definitely, thank you, Ray. Definitely smash the like, guys. Subscribe, share, retweet, and get the word out.
It is a great feature. So we went live with it a couple days ago, and it's already like 10x my XmR Bazaar experience because now I get messages on Signal whenever I'm getting DM'd. Otherwise, I just wasn't, checking it that often. And that's a big part of the problem we're trying to solve, right? We're trying to bring since it is a peer-to-peer marketplace, you're not dealing with the centralized system, so you need to basically coordinate and have the other peers interacting with you. So messaging is a very important component to kind of keep the sales going. So people, they place an order, they get a response. So this really greatly improves the communication between buyers and sellers. So everything's more instantaneous now.
It's amazing. Yeah, because you don't have to log in all the time. You can just do your thing and get your notification on your phone and go in it.
Yeah, it sounds like a simple thing,
nice.
but it's having a big impact. Obviously, like
huge.
End of the road, we want to have our, we can launch our own app, Android and, iOS, right? Maybe get integrated into Cake. That'd be cool. So you're getting little notifications whenever you make a sale, whatever, You could have XmR Bazaar built right into Cake, maybe. There's things we could do to make it even more spontaneous or instantaneous and usable. But this was a big leap forward.
I think we need that app more than the satellite.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. And you mentioned Monero Market as well. They closed. I reached out to them. Would love for them to come on the show. I've tried to communicate with them in the past, even when I was, when we started XmR Bazaar, I tried to get them to participate in the Monerotopia. I don't know. We just never. I looked. There was some message that I had that was missed on Reddit because I never check Reddit. So I apologize for that. But would still love to speak with them, talk with them. Honestly, understand why they closed down. I do think it could just be as simple as, wasn't worth it for them. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze. Obviously, at XmR Bazaar, we're taking a large risk ourselves. Everything's been funded by me so far. And Monero Market did have a revenue stream. I mean, they were at least one time taking 5% of all sales. That's kind of one of the reasons why we started XmR Bazaar, because not so much because of the fee they were taking, but the fact that initially they were using, trusted escrow, right? So they would hold your Monero and then pass it on. And obviously there could be legal reasons why you wouldn't want to do that as a marketplace. If you're trying to be a clear net marketplace, you don't want to be viewed as a money transmitter. So that's really was the impetus to why we started XmR Bazaar. But interesting that they weren't able to stay funded, given that they did have that revenue stream. So I don't know. Could just be that it wasn't a big enough opportunity for them. Obviously, XmR Bazaar, we're in it for the very, very, very long game. I mean, I personally want to be able to live off of it. So I'm building this for myself. I'm fully invested, but I would like to make it revenue positive at some point. We are. Sorry for the crying baby in the background. I don't know how is that very disruptive? I'll stop talking.
No. It's cute just being there.
Oh wait, here we go. Yeah, so we are very soon. We're going to be adding bonding. I know I've been talking about that forever, but it's built already. We just need to do some final testing, and then we're launching Boost. That's also built already. So we'll be making some revenue off of those two features. We are adding the Monero Near Me map feature. So like we were talking about on the show a couple of weeks ago, Drunk Dial Me was talking about the need for a very simple app for putting people for making in-person sales of Monero to cash. So we're trying to solve that problem on XmR Bazaar. Not saying it can't be solved elsewhere, but we're implementing it on XmR Bazaar. I think it should be actually pretty slick. So you'll be able to list yourself on the Monero map, kind of turn yourself on and off when you want to appear as a node, an in-person node that's willing to meet up to sell Monero for cash, or vice versa, to buy Monero for cash. So we're excited about that feature. And yeah, we got a couple other things brewing. I mean, I do think it's going to take some time. We are thinking of doing a fundraiser to try to just bring us back to break even for what we've invested so far. Not that I would stop pursuing it, but definitely if we could get some funding for what was already invested, it would just make us stronger moving forward. So I am considering that. But yeah, sad to see Monero Marketplace go, but we're definitely carrying the torch from here on out.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what mistakes they've done so that XmR Bazaar can learn from it. It's very important. And XmR Bazaar just, you can extend it to app, having its own app, like you said, and then having maybe one day around the world, like real live XMR bazaars, like physical locations around the world.
Yeah, we were saying that at the outset of the show, like for maybe doing a series of New York City meetups where it's people just coming to sell goods and services for Monero.
Yeah.
Trying to get that going. Obviously, that's what Monerotopia is all about, the conference, but, if we could do it on a more consistent basis. Monero farmers markets, essentially, right?
For sure, yeah. But it's really nice. You can just go on XmR Bazaar and so many people are selling just like food from Italy, to like you bought the Parmesan and this and that. It's nice. You can buy oil from Greece or whatever people are selling.
It's so funny. Cool. Cheese seems to be like the early adopted item. Like it's not random, right? It makes sense, like because there's value in buying cheese direct from a source. Like you're gonna get better cheese if you buy it off of some dude who's into cheese living in Italy in a region that produces cheese than you're gonna get from Whole Foods, right? So there's actually real value there. It's not like controversial or illegal in any way, right? It's a fairly large value purchases, so it's worth shipping from Europe, right? So it like checks a lot of boxes, and because of that, we're seeing a lot of different cheese listings. It's kind of funny, actually.
This is going to be the Bitcoin pizza story. When Monero's going to get to 100K, you're going to say, I spent a couple of Moneros on cheese, on Parmesan.
Amazon started with books, right? We're starting with cheese.
Cheese. That's funny.
Oh, man. So,
actually, yeah. I have a quick story on that. I know I was at the airport, and somebody actually brought a whole pig, like a whole chopped up pig for Christmas. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can definitely bring food. It's legal.
I mean, we could do things. Obviously, we're going to try to improve the UX and the user interface. Even just the way, it seems like a hodgepodge, but it is quite, you have to search for what you want. I mean, Amazon is similar in that, right? So given the nature of it, you're going to see a bunch of random listings as they come in. I guess we could try to categorize things and filter things better so it doesn't seem like your listing just gets dumped into the bottom of a barrel. And then obviously Boost is really going to help a lot because people could pay a little bit of Monero to win the top spot. So the first category, instead of being what's new, will now be, promoted listings essentially. And so you could promote your listing. It'll just become a market. So if there's value in being the top listing, it's really worth it. So I guess it will start to come more or less on how much it's going to cost to boost an item, right? And there'll be a market for it. So that should be cool. That's going to be an exciting feature. And that actually then, that does help solve the problem of categorizing things and not having, items just fall to the bottom of the barrel.
Would you ever get a recommendation system on it? Let's say like Amazon in a way.
I mean, I'm thinking honestly, big picture, if this could be done in a privacy preserving way, kind of like a chatbot concierge service, where you talk to it and it helps, similar to, what's that company in Europe that, help me here. You know what I'm talking about? They accept.
What do they do?
They accept. They basically allow you to buy anything you want with Bitcoin. They accept Monero as well. Their Monero numbers have been surpassing the Bitcoin numbers recently.
Oh, coin cards? No.
No.
I feel like
you know what I'm talking about.
Shopping
Bit. Right?
Okay, thank you,
Shopping Bit is not a peer-to-peer marketplace. They're like a middleman that sells stuff, right? And so, like, you can come and buy anything. You could buy a car through Shopping Bit. You could book a vacation. So trying to kind of incorporate that, buy anything, get anything you want through XmR Bazaar, but in a peer-to-peer way where you're connecting the sellers and the providers, and there's this middleman service. Maybe you pay a small fee for it, but it kind of, you get that instantaneous talking to a chat bot where it's like, oh, what are you looking to get? Oh, I want to get some methylene blue for Monero. And, like, does a cert, and it's like, you're just paying, you're like, this one has, or, it's kind of like going through the process and of helping connecting buyers and sellers. And there's some efficiencies I think that could be made there. I don't know. That's the thing. An idea
like
I've been dreaming about.
Kind of.
Yeah, and you're paying a little bit for this service, right? So it's like a concierge service.
Okay.
Because there is
awesome.
A process, right? With dealing with because it's peer to peer, you have to communicate. Each sale is like a communication between buyers and sellers. So we have to slowly make that more fluid over time. Obviously, by knowing who the authenticated sellers are, vendors, the trusted ones, right? So then there's no need to communicate and rehash whether this person can be trusted. So you could speed things up there. But I think there's other things you can do as well. So
I'm looking to Ross tweeting about it eventually.
Yeah, maybe we see him at PorkFest. Obviously not promising that by any means, but that has been a kind of a rumor that he might show up. And now, honestly, he's going to other events. So PorkFest, I wouldn't be surprised if he went to PorkFest. He's going to the Bitcoin event, right, in Vegas. That's pretty huge. That's going
to the Bitcoin conference, or
yeah. That's going to be that's going to be his first debut, I think. And then I saw him mention that he's going to another conference. Oh, maybe Freedom Fest. So honestly, makes sense for him to go more to PorkFest than those two. So unless by that time he wants to take a break, I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up at PorkFest. And we're going to have the largest tent at PorkFest. So there's a chance that we get him to come hang out, come on our stage, put him on a panel. This is the goal. This is what the vision that Aaron, Day, and I share, and to kind of have a privacy coin moment at PorkFest among some of the OG Bitcoiners that were interested in it originally for those reasons, for digital cash reasons. So it could be the culmination of a privacy coin movement. That's what we're hoping for. And then obviously MoneroCon is happening at the same time. So it's going to be peak privacy coin time. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. If you go on Bitcoin, the Bitcoin conference, the first speaker is Ross, next to Michael Saylor.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's confirmed.
Next to Michael Saylor. Wow, that's just incredible, right? It's like both faces of Bitcoin. OG Bitcoin, what it was really meant to, like, what it stood for, and then Michael Saylor, the sellout version of Bitcoin.
Wait, can you share my screen so I can show it?
Yeah. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Wow.
Yeah, Ross is first, freedom fighter, and then charlatan Michael Saylor right next to him.
Guys,
this is a couple super chats I want to pull up here.
Monerotopia conference will be viewed like this, and we'll be looking at it like, and the top speakers of Monerotopia as Monero blows up and goes mainstream.
Cyrus tipped $5. I understand what Bawdy is saying about silver, but I haven't given up on it. Like I don't give up on Monero. It's about exposing the satanic cabal and getting as many people to see the truth as possible to affect the change we want to see. Sure. Thanks for the $5. I have nothing to say to that. Maybe Bawdy has something he can reply to in the viewers on stage segment. Berg tips $1. XMR Bazaar having integrations to messenger apps are better than it having its own app. IMO, it would not run a separate app. Yeah, I think so too.
Cool. Yeah, for now it does the job for sure. Like I said, integrating into Cake could be cool. That could make it convenient. That can make checking out more convenient and everything. But yeah, that's down the line.
Got a lot of people waiting in the backstage. So let's go ahead and move.
All right, yeah, let's move it along. Let's do viewers on stage, and then we'll run the special guest segment for us, one of the viewers on stage. We'll see who we have. Let's do it.
It's the viewers on stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right. Packed house today. What's up? What's up? Celador, what's going on?
Hey.
These fixing.
Hey, good morning, gents. Going
How's
good.
It going?
Morning. Oh, not too bad. Good show today. Full one.
Oh, you got a little background noise there. Go ahead. Yep. But your setup's good. How's it going, man? Everything good?
Yeah, it's all good. Things are warming up. Season's starting to take off. Work's picking up, so no complaints.
What news are you bringing to stage today?
I guess, I don't know, do you recall I talked to you quite a while back about having a box truck or something as an advertisement method for Monero or XmR Bazaar or stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. We've communicated on XMR Bazaar, correct? We've been DMing there?
Correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's not quite an update, but it's looking like it's probably going to happen, at least getting a hold of the truck, and then I can start working the direction of getting it fitted. I'll probably end up doing some kind of transporting business or something like that just to get the pay for the travel and stuff, but I think it's a good method to get face-to-face with people and just make people aware of it, if nothing else.
All right, very cool. So you're basically going to like wrap a truck?
That would be the idea, yeah. So like you guys, there's some alternative media people that I think put out good information and stuff. So it'd be an opportunity to because the average person doesn't have any kind of exposure to Monero or really any alternative points of view on things. So so it's early stages. Don't even have the truck in hand, but talking to the guy. So looking like maybe August sometime, be able to get over there and get hold of it, and I can start figuring things out from there. So.
All right, very cool, very cool. How's your experience?
It's pretty basic.
Yeah, how's your experience on XMR Bazaar been? Have you engaged in any commerce on there?
A little bit. I haven't sold any items. I have some listed. I made a purchase for shortwave surfer a while back. Actually, he was the first purchase I made, an album, something like that. And then I received some stamps from Sinbad the Sailor. So, and I think he's trying to get some reputation going for his.
We got to start somewhere.
For his profile.
I started with cheese.
So, I've got a few items listed, but it's one of those things where, because I used to sell on eBay as well, and I had to quit doing that because by the time I was done, not only were they taking 23% of the sale price, but they started screwing with shipping. Because people were trying to find ways around. Because there was one point where they would take 23% between PayPal and eBay for their fees, but the shipping, no matter what, they wouldn't take any percentage of that. So what people would do is they'd sell an item for $5-10 or something like that, and then charge an exorbitant amount on the shipping side.
Right.
and they figured it out and started screwing them. So had to cut out of that. So, and then selling stuff on Craigslist, you run into the issue of dealing with a bunch of crackheads and other people that, at the very least, they don't communicate, they don't show up, they're dishonest, because there's really there's nothing aside from an email that you're dealing with. So
yeah, there's no
XMR
trust and
Bazaar
reputation. I don't know why they don't have a trust and reputation engine built into Craigslist. Like, why would that not even exist? I mean, that never made any sense to me. Right? Like, where you have accounts, you can
Why would
build
you
up
when
trust.
the whole point is to get people to pay to put their sleeves?
Yeah, I mean, it's
There you go.
I got a programmer sitting next to me. He's like, that's a deliberate design choice as to not upset your customer base.
Yeah, I guess. So, yeah, thankfully our business model is different. Yet to be proven, though. But I think it will work out.
Seems like it's doing pretty well so far.
Yeah. I think like you're bringing up some very good points as to why ultimately XMR Bazaar can be quite valuable service, not just among Monero enthusiasts and people that want to opt out, but just people that realize that by way of opting out, they are going to be earning more money, right? And losing less money to third parties. So it becomes a universal idea. I mean, there's people right now that, like you said, that perhaps they're on Craigslist or on eBay, they're using other means. Meanwhile, they're getting 20, 30% taken from them. They just haven't realized that that something like XMR exists. And obviously, it requires early adopters who are willing to put up with the fact that it's not as convenient as an eBay yet or any of these things, right? The market, the liquidity is nowhere near as large. So there's that curve that we need to basically get over. So we just obviously chicken and egg problem.
Time preference.
Yeah,
it's got to be patient. It'll be flat for a long time, and then you hockey stick. So,
yeah, luckily I think what we have going for us.
Make the investment.
Yeah, we have a strong grassroots movement of early adopters that are willing to put up with the lack of absolute convenience for the idealism of trying to live off of digital cash. So I think that sustains us. And then, as we grow, we bring in people that perhaps weren't as fundamentally principled, but out of selfish capitalistic reasons, see value in selling things on XMR Bazaar. That's my hope.
I was thinking for a box
which is
truck
why
ad.
eBay program ends up the way it is.
Exactly.
Far be it from me to know about putting ads on box trucks, but I thought of all of the different wraps to put on a semi or a box truck. So far, my favorite one is be careful when using XMR for transactions because the IRS won't be able to track your taxes.
Yo, if you're not talking, please mute your mic. There's a lot of noise.
Yeah, guys, mute your mic when you're not talking. Go ahead.
So something that basically says be careful to pay your taxes because the IRS can't track your Monero transactions or something like that.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you stay on top of it. You don't want to, that's up to you, right? We're not there to babysit you. We are just the platform that puts together buyers and sellers.
And you've got to put out that message. The you must pay your taxes because the IRS can't track you, or you must pay your child support because otherwise how will they know? Like, you've got to be super inflammatory, oh my God, what are you saying?
There was one thing that I put it in my subtitle.
Yeah, that makes
here.
sense.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So I mean, I dig on that. The only thing is that's a little bit kind of attention grabbing. My thought was more of something akin to, I don't know, having your logo and then just embedding a QR code in it. Something simple like that, because the main idea is going to be, I'm going to be out there dealing with people. So these kinds of conversations, things like that, really no reason to advertise that kind of stuff. To me is my thought. Keep it basic, pretty straightforward. Going to be dealing with these people face to face. So no reason not to have those conversations not broadcasted to anybody passing by. But I definitely understand what you're saying.
Now, so are you looking to like raise, like do a Kuno or raise? I forget the whole story with this, with the truck, wrapping the truck.
Yeah, so the truck would be mine. So I would just purchase the truck. I may set something up. I don't know how everybody feels about it, but just to cover the costs of implementing the advertisement. And then going forward, I have other rabbit trails of ideas of things to add in over time, like a Noto, for instance. Be a matter of having connection, things like that. But you can also go into any town, go near a library, and you've got a free Wi-Fi connection, so that might not even be necessary.
Oh wow, yeah, a Noto with the Starlink.
I don't like the idea of. No, I have no intention of supporting DoD contractors.
Okay.
So, it's kind of a matter of figuring it out as you go, because it's not like people are going to be syncing their wallets or anything like that while I'm driving down the road. It's going to be strictly when I'm parked somewhere. So it might not be necessary to do that.
Hold on, I think I missed the super chat. Scrolling up. Did I pull this one up? Oh wait, yeah, I think I did. Oh yeah, I did pull this one up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did you have any response to that, Bawdy? Bawdy might be AFK.
Yeah, I think he's
it's okay.
chilling over there.
Well, thank you for your $5 tip.
Who else do we have on stage today here? We have Elias. We have Cesp.
We've never heard from him before.
Ulysses. What's up, Ulysses?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going, man? You coming to PorcFest?
Hell yeah, I'm coming to PorcFest.
All right, fantastic, man.
I was making some other plans, and then I kept hearing about PorcFest, and it just sounded like just fucking fantastic. That same vibe that we had in Monerotopia. So I'm like, okay,
yeah,
it's PorcFest.
It's a lot of potential. It's going to be a lot of freedom-loving people converging in one place that already are using Monero or are willing to learn more about it.
Oh yeah, I'm getting super excited about it, and I'm just getting all my stuff lined up on XmR Bazaar. Thank you for the letting us use like SimpleX and Signal to communicate on that. Like that.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm glad it's working
That's
out.
exactly what I needed.
Yeah, I mean, please, obviously, guys, tell me more ideas. I know, like I said a couple of weeks ago, right? You were in on that convo when we were trying to talk about how to add a like geo location aspect to it for people that want to like kind of turn on their general location, right? Not their pinpoint their location, but being like, hey, I'm in the New York City area. I'm a blinking node on a map as being willing to trade Monero for cash or vice versa. Hit me up for in-person trades.
I'll tell you what needs to be done. At least this is my experience. Okay. There needs to be a more prominent way of knowing where to put the address in when you're actually placing an order. Because like when you're going through the order flow, I'm like, where do I need to place my address so that it shows up in the little shipping tab on that person's screen? So I always end up having to DM them my address instead. So
wait, what's going on? I'm not.
So
if you're buying something, you're a buyer in this scenario?
Yes, if you're buying something, or at least for me, I'm having this trouble. So when I'm buying something, I don't exactly see where in the flow to put in my address that I want my item shipped to. And so what I've been doing is I've been DMing the person my address.
It's not the address field is not clearly popping up for you? The shipping address?
I'm not sure where it's at on the page.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, because it's pretty prevalent. It's like a main section, and you're just typing in your, it's a big field. So we'll have to look into that.
Maybe no bad user, only bad software.
I know. So yeah, sure. If you want to DM me like the details on what browser, whatever that you're using, and then I'll
I can do that.
Yeah,
and it might just be my dumbass being blind. I mean, it very well could be.
Well, but why is it just affecting that one field then? So maybe there's some change, obviously, we can make that alleviates that issue, right?
It's more likely that since I'm low vision, it's more likely that I'm just not seeing where it's at, like the label. But that would be a me problem, not a you problem.
So then what would normally need to be changed to fix that? Like color font? I mean, obviously, I don't know. How is it fun? How are you viewing the sites? What is lacking that you can't see that component? You think? What would we need to tweak, change?
I think it's contrast. If I had to take my guess, for me, it's contrast. Black, like I'm using dark mode, so I'm getting like black text boxes on a black background. So I'm not sure where the background is and where the boxes are.
Okay.
So maybe
if you don't mind, just
graying
message
the color of the boxes or something.
Yeah, message me after if you don't mind, just so I remember, and then we'll
sure.
try to do something. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, Ulysses, that should be a good time. Glad you're coming to Pork Fest. It's gonna be freaking awesome. Sell a door, man. Bring the truck. Come down to Pork Fest. I don't know. That's probably too soon. And I don't know where you're at. Pork Fest is in New Hampshire.
Oh yeah,
that's next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm up in the northwest corner, so August is looking like the nearest opportunity to get the truck, and then the idea is just to be bouncing around. There's different events and stuff, so the idea would be know when the event is, get jobs, work that direction, and then roughly around the time when the event's going to happen, just be in that area, ready to attend.
Jason K is saying, do an XMR purchase demo for everyone to see. I've done that before. I've done that. What did I buy? I think the jerky. I bought the jerky online.
I'm wondering if we're going to hear from Cesp or Elias. They're well.
Oh,
Elias
yes.
Before.
Elias, what's going on?
Hi, I'm good. I have a question for Bawdy. It's about something that that you talked about a few weeks ago. About the United States having a trade deficit over a very long, many years, and this sort of explanation for that was described as that the U.S. is exporting inflation, and this I didn't quite get. I would like to understand this, what you mean by that, and this whole mechanism, what's going on there. It's important, and I'd really like to get it better. So if you could go over that just a bit more to explain what did you mean there?
I don't know if Bawdy's actually tuned in
right
now.
I'm not sure if he's here, but
maybe
I'm pretty sure I have a solid understanding.
Someone else can, yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is most fiat currencies, their supply is almost containerized. So, like yen is usually traded in Japan, rupees are usually traded in India, or rubles are usually locked into Russia. It's very rare that you export your fiat, but the difference between those currencies and the US dollar is almost every debt worldwide is not only denominated in US dollars, but they also peg their own currencies to US dollars. So what ends up happening is if the US prints a dollar, that's part of a supply that's global. And the other thing is other currencies have pegged their currencies to the dollar. So it's not that the inflation goes away, it's that it spreads out. And then one of the things about fiat currencies, and this is also true with crypto, but it has a different effect with crypto, which is wherever new money is minted, like, so for example, we'll make it really simple with gold. If I mine gold, I'm first to the supply. So when I sell my gold into the market, I have a first mover advantage. But the more gold I sell into the market, the faster the price goes down because the supply is going up. Or if I had 50% of the shares in a company, I can sell a little bit and it doesn't change the price unless people think that I'm like dumping. But as soon as I sell like half my shares, all of the valuation of the remaining shares goes down because you're dumping into the market. Well, the more a stock is saturated into the market, or the more gold is saturated into the market, the less effect the inflation has on you personally. Now, the dollar is like a cracked out steroids version of that, which is when I print dollars, I've already hooked people who bought the bonds into the value of the dollar. So they can't bail on the dollar very easily because they're already owed dollars. So every country has that going for it. But the US, our bonds are used liquidly, almost like cash worldwide as well. I say "are" like I'm part of all of this. Like it's them blood-sucking vampires over there, I should say. But like that, and then not only that, but dollars are in every country, and they're used, even like actual physical cash is used all over the world. So if you print more cash in the United States, it's robbing value from the whole world's dollar supply. And so within the United States, it doesn't affect the United States as much. However, the United States has a monopoly on first mover advantage. So it's highly weighted in favor of inflating the dollar for the lizard people cabal that run this place versus the people who already hold dollars. So you're not just robbing the savers of your own country, you're robbing the savers of the rest of the world. So when somebody like Bawdy says exporting inflation, this is kind of the meat of what they're talking about. And the deeper you dig, the crazier it actually gets, because the thing is when you drive the price down, it actually makes it harder for outsiders to get back out. So like the more you twist the screws, the harder it is for them to dump into the market. This is one of the reasons why like China and Japan, even if it is true that they want to get out, who knows? It seems that way from the way that they're behaving, but at the same time, I mean, all of these people, it's one big club and they exist to screw you, right? It's not like China is over there and the United States is over here. They're both standing on your neck with a boot, trying to extract as much value out of you before you die. It's like, it's free humanity versus the government. But if it is true that like the levers of power that they fight over, that China would want to dump bonds or dump dollars, they're locked in to not dumping too many of them. Because if they were to dump all their bonds, and then let's say like the Federal Reserve were to just buy them all up and then close out the bond, which theoretically could be done because they don't have rules like you and I have rules. They just make up some BS and turn it into a law. And well, the thing is they could take all of those bonds that China or Japan or whoever gets rid of, and then they could close out the bond and then spike the value of the dollar. And now China just lost even more money. So they're selling low and then the price can get jacked up. Like when you export inflation, this concept of exporting inflation, it's basically just a power play that specifically a world reserve currency has this huge advantage in the first movers part. Now I want to contrast that to crypto real quick, which is each crypto has its own way of creating new currency, or in some cases there is no new currency, or in other cases it's like a burn market. So a lot of these concepts flip the whole idea on its head. So you could start with something that's easier to understand, like Bitcoin, where you're constantly making less and less supply until you're making no supply. Well, the people who have it are now, it's a first mover advantage, but they also have the weakness of like what I was talking about with China or gold, where the more they dump, the less value that currency has. Now, if you go into something like Monero, they've modified it where it both stabilizes the value of the coin, but it also, first mover advantage is automatically distributed across the network to people who have minted the new coin, and that supply is capped instead. Which, I mean, this is like privacy is amazing, but there's a lot of ways to do privacy. And a guy like me, for example, I can even get privacy out of Bitcoin to an extent. Now, it's a joke if like a non-power user we're going to pretend to be private. No, it's not going to happen. But what's most attractive to me about Monero is exactly this concept. It's the idea of controlling the flow of money algorithmically to decentralize the market on the spender side. So in other words, you can never rob value from the labor producers with market shenanigans like you can. Well, I mean, there's always a way, but you can't do it the way that like the Fed does. Because if you try to hoard for too long, the supply will keep minting and the exchanges will keep happening. And eventually the liquidity crunch is going to kind of force your hand into selling into the market, or you're just never going to replace your assets. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, if you keep spending into the market, you're going to pump the value of labor and assets and, you know, fuel and all this other stuff against your currency. And there's no like selling your inflation or exporting your inflation like you can with a reserve currency, because you don't have the ability to just turn the printers on. You don't have the ability to close out the Monero. The best you can do is just like delete the Monero by, you know, moving it to a wallet and losing the keys. But you are the only one that lost the value, and everybody else's value went up. And then you can get into like this idea of staking coins. Now, there's certainly going to be a place for that. The problem is that the idea of staking coins, what you're doing is you're temporarily locking up liquidity, and then it eventually becomes unlocked at a fixed point in time that in most cases you can actually calculate for. So people can front run large amounts of staked coins. Like if they know that all of these coins are no longer time locked at such and such day, they can count on that liquidity entering the market. So now you've actually moved it from the person who holds the money having first mover advantage to people who have money can short their own supply against you having access to your money. And they're already covered. They've already hedged their gamble. So like the Monero has definitely hit a certain sweet spot with all of this where it's algorithmically fair. And I know that this is kind of like it's hard to, but it's intentionally complicated. Our financial, you know, demonic baby blood drinking cabal, they want to make sure that the masses can't understand how they're robbing you as much as possible. So what you do is you make it complicated enough that it's unattainable to the plebs, but not so complicated that people don't respect the fences.
Monero is the algorithmic stablecoin. Let me go ahead and quickly play the guest segment, and then we can continue on here.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, yeah, no official guests today. Cellar Door, we'll make you our special guest. Appreciate you coming on.
I got one for you too. Hold on.
XmR Bazaar notification.
Oh, who we got here?
It's Swoops.
It's fucking Swoops.
I've heard the stories.
Ulysses definitely remembers Swoops.
The legend lives.
Up here tearing it up.
He's building software for an important project we have.
Okay.
Going. Mum's the word for now, but just
definitely don't reveal anything you don't want to reveal now.
I just want to say thanks for explaining about the inflation. Good explanation. The part that's still a mystery is why other countries sort of went along with it. But yeah, thanks a lot.
Well, the other thing is, like, people think of countries in terms of their population. This is exceptionally naive. Okay, so the idea of a country serving the interests of its people, or the idea that the people have a say over their government, or all of that, we have to break that conditioning, because yes, the people have been, like, they've been bereaved by the actions of the cabal and centralizing into dollars and exporting inflation and all that other stuff. But you also have to realize that this pretend thing about, like, oh, China is suffering from the exporting of the, no. The people of China are suffering from the United States exporting their inflation. The government of China has benefited immensely from the United States exporting its inflation, because that has allowed them to, off of the slave equity of their strangled people, to build a manufacturing base. And it has allowed the United States to crush the industries and the middle class of its own slaves, so that way they can build these, just like there's a complicated web of how money is created, now there's a complicated web of how you can get a pen, or how you can get a pencil, or how you can get a car. It's like, if the parts are made over here and the metal is made over here and all of this other stuff, now they can turn the dials and tweak the levers. And that's old news. That's from before most of us were even born. That was already the plan. Now we've reached peak clown world, where they can algorithmically change your prices because you have an Amazon account, and because they know where you've driven, and because they know where you work, and they know when you get paid, and they know what you've been looking at and listening to, and so on. They can know that they can maximize their theft algorithmically by feeding you the crap that you want to buy at an inflated price, and then by forcing you into an economic, I've got to get this now, by saying, well, you already eat, Cheerios or whatever. Well, it's on sale right now, so you have to buy it, because if you wait until grocery day, you won't. And then they can algorithmically make sure that you get into debt and charge you fees and all this other stuff. The stuff that we're describing when it comes to, like, the fiat reserved currency, that's old news. They don't even need that anymore. The globalized distributed market, that's the new chains around your neck, and has been for quite some time. But the new chains around your neck are the algorithms and the privacy violations and all of that other stuff. When they can control what you see and how you buy and sell it, they can mess with the dials on the macroscopic scale. They can say Americans, they're saving too much money on their car payments. And so they can tweak the dials on, like, parts from Mexico and steel from China and fuel prices to get it to where you live, and taxes on car dealerships and all of this other stuff, where they can dial it in to force you to pay more for that loan. And they can drive down the growth of the middle class to a more reasonable level for tyranny and enslavement. And even that is already kind of old news, because this is going to get into crazy town if I keep going. But the thing is the algorithms are now the floor for something far more interesting, which is individualized tokenized wealth. And the field test for that is things like carbon credits and carbon taxes and all that other stuff. And that whole project is not working the way that they want it to, but it's only a matter of time before some tech bro is going to get bribed enough with enough, child hookers or whatever, where they're going to make it. And what this is basically tweaking the dials on you even moving, or how much calories you're allowed to ingest. So they can dial down your thinking power with energy units. And like, this is like tyranny, like way beyond a traditional exploitative mechanism. This is the kind of tyranny that would make the devil himself blush.
Holy shit. Just wow. They could dial down your energy with freaking carbon. Yikes. That's a scary thought.
Yeah, because
like, I'm glad Alaska's on Team Monero. I gotta say.
Well, like, this is what's really freaky is you can actually map out, like I'll give you an example. Like, you need magnesium, or you need sodium, or you need and they've been messing with these dials for a very long time with aggregate data and blood tests. And so they can now know genetically how much of each one of these trace minerals you're most likely to need to consume. And then they can check the data with the results on like your words per minute or your eye movement or whatever. And then they can tune it in even more, but they can have a pretty good guess with just genetics alone. And they can actually cut back your trace minerals to make sure that you don't have certain kinds of thoughts, or they can make you more or less violent. Like, there's the level of tyranny you can have with calorie energy credits and trace mineral hormone manipulation is just mind-blowing. But I'll tell you how you throw that off. What you do is you put an apple tree in your backyard. Okay? Because with an apple tree, you can do certain things to the water that reaches the roots to give yourself access to those trace minerals in a way that can't algorithmically be modified for. Like, the tyranny relies on you going along with it and being retarded. All right? Like, if you just don't do those things, then it doesn't work. And we're probably not going to be able to do much with the slave population. I like to call it necromancy because it's easier to understand. But there's the living dead out there, and they're going to do what zombies do. All right. Now, yes, you can become a necromancer yourself, and you can start steering the zombies around. But what most people don't realize is that they're not that useful anyway. All right. It's like, the zombies are going to do zombie things. It's not like they can extract a lot of wealth from them either. They can only use them as a cudgel against you. But like, what you can do is you can just make yourself untouchable and build your own network. And then if you want to dabble in necromancy later, you certainly can. I mean, like, messing with the zombies is not that complicated. But in my opinion, it's kind of a waste of time. Because like, the same amount of energy it takes to get like 4 or 5 zombies to like stop going along with tyranny here, like, let me show you how to use Linux or whatever, right? That same amount of time you could be modifying the trace mineral content of your apple tree, and you could just make it not work for 200 people. You know, like, here, eat this apple. Oh, I'm not really into apple. Well, I peeled it and I sprinkled salt on it, or I put caramel on it. Goys love goy slop, right? Just put sugar on it and they'll eat it, right? Like, but the thing is those people then become less malleable, and you're changing the data in their calorie algorithm. It's fascinating stuff. And keep in mind, you can also turn gas into like, or you can turn apples into like gas, like literal for your car gas, or, you know, if you're raising pigs, you can turn that into diesel if you have enough trees. So like, there's other reasons you might want to do this too. But like, the whole dialing in the tyranny thing, like, exporting inflation is old news. They just do it right now because it still works, but they don't need it anymore. They already have the money supply. Like, that's why Monero, that's why I like live for this crypto, is because there's no way around it with tyranny. Like, they're losing all of these tools that they count on with every single time you buy your eggs or your crack or your hookers with Monero. It's, in fact, it's probably more true with the crack and the hookers, because that's where the government gets its cut, right? So it's like double dipping. You saved money on your hooker, but the government lost money on selling it to you, you know? So like if you can cut the middleman government agencies out of their crack deal, now you're both not paying for crack and fiat, but they're not getting their cut. It's brilliant.
In the very easy way to say this is that in an inflationary environment, such as every fiat currency on the planet, prices go up over time. And in stable to slightly deflationary currencies, such as Monero, etc., over time, prices trend down.
That's the, if you guys notice, my little subtitle is stable coins are cucked. Shortwave has been onto something since day one when he got on the show. The idea of denominate things in Monero in your head. Like only think in terms of real value and real assets. Why I hate stable coins in principle is because a used crypto is the stable coin. Trying to peg it to dollars is like going to plead to daddy government to make sure that the two are really, or the idea of I'm going to take one unstable crypto and peg it to another unstable crypto by oversaturating one crypto into the other crypto, even though it's the same crypto and all this. It's like, stop trying to control nature. What is more stable than nature? You cut down a tree, another tree grows in its place. You pick an apple, another apple grows in its place. Monero follows the natural law principles, which is people want it, it self-regulates its price. People aren't using it, it self-regulates its price. Stable coins are like peak monetary cuckery, and I want nothing to do with it.
Like, that's a very tricky paradigm to shift out of, thinking in terms of like fiat, because like when I was trying to sell like prints and stuff, you know, I'd always be like, oh, I could sell this for, you know, X amount of USD and whatever it was. And like just getting to that point of always just, no, everything's just in you know, Monero or whatever. That's a difficult shift.
It's harder for the very first people who do it. So for me and you, it's difficult, because what we have to do is we have to take what we know the current price would be in a fiat value and then convert it to Monero and post it for that Monero value. Now, we do that and 5 others do that, and the 6th person goes, okay, there are 5 people selling this exact same item for this amount of Monero each. The low end is here, the high end is here. I can price my item here and likely get a sale quickly enough, but also have a good chance of getting a good value out of it. So for us, the first 5, it's hard. For everybody after that, it becomes easy because now they have data to work with and they don't have to go reference the fiat value. So it's hard for us.
So
I'm doing that all the time.
There's actually a perfect metaphor for what I would offer as a solution to what you're saying. You know how if you have a smoker, you can give them like a chewy stick or something and they can kind of do this, you know? You can have the idea being is you can supplement a certain kind of habit. Well, there's a way to stop thinking in fiat without trying. It's magical. Okay, so even if you don't want to take the shortwave cold turkey method, which is the best method, all right, hat tip to you, sir. But if you don't want to take the cold turkey method because you want results and you know this isn't something that you can compromise on right now, instead of trying to stop thinking in dollar terms, the minute something becomes Monero, think only in percentages. I received this much Monero. I'm going to hodl 12% of this Monero every time, no matter what. I'm going to make a point to spend 70% of this Monero every time, no matter what. This is my liquid circular economy Monero. Don't think of it in dollar values. Just think of it in, I always save 12% of my Monero for hodling until that rainy day where it's like I need a new car or whatever, right? The same way you would use a savings account. This is my savings Monero, or this is my retiring Monero. You budget it like dollars because dollars are budgeting like any savings vehicle. Dollars are ripping off gold. Gold is ripping off sound economic principles. So apply sound economic principles for your own personal budget to Monero the same way you would any other store of value. I'm just making up numbers. You have to decide what's good for you, right? Like Bawdy always says, like you have to assess your own risk. You have to assess your own situation, decide what's good for you. But instead of like when you receive Monero and just stick with just when I receive Monero, this is what I do. Okay, you don't have to do the whole pricing it in dollars, pegging it to all the volatility and all of that. See if you can get there, and it's a good idea to get there. But when I receive Monero, I save X%. I always spend X% as my liquid fiat supply, but as Monero instead. And then this is kind of my discretionary based on what's going on percentage. Because what happens is, whether or not you're thinking of it in terms of dollars or Monero, what you're actually doing, you're treating it like a savings vehicle, and you're imposing spending practices onto the market. Now you're 80% of the way there. The language will follow the behaviors. Now you can force the issue by changing your language like shortwave is, and it works. Language is very powerful magic because it's messing with the symbols in another person's brain. So it's a way to like telepathically affect another human being. However, behaviors are entrenched. They're much more immovable than even the language, because people can revert back in their own head, but they can't change your behaviors. So if you're treating Monero as a savings vehicle and you're budgeting as a percentage and you're behaving as though like a sound financial individual would behave specifically with Monero, now you're doing something very powerful beyond the language, which is you are forcing the behavior patterns by adopting them yourself.
Well, it's just interesting to kind of see, the interactions at like a local farmer's market, right? And then, because for me, it's difficult for me to just think in non-fiat terms, but like trying to imagine convincing like the other vendors, the other people in the stalls next to me to switch to this thing and to, start thinking in like crypto terms and non-fiat terms is like, that's a task. It's just as difficult as trying to get somebody on board onto something that's very tech heavy, and they're an older person that's a widow, and trying to convince her to think in Monero terms instead of fiat that's a challenge.
See, I would actually flip it on you. This is an area where you have a significant advantage over me, which is you're one hell of an artist. You can find Ulysses art on uli.xyz. That's uly.xyz. He accepts Monero for his absolutely incredible artwork. Buy your shirts now. But the thing is as an artist, you have a unique appreciation for the effect of the avant-garde or the unique. Something that stands out sticks in the memory longer. So if I go to the farmer's market and I buy carrots and I say, wow, this is a good deal. I like these carrots and I'm getting it for, 0.126 XMR or whatever, right? You point it out to them like, I'm glad I could get these carrots for this amount of Monero. And then you can say, I once bought Mescal for only this much Monero, but now that guy couldn't. Now, if I still had that Monero, I could buy 3 bottles of Mescal for the same amount of Monero.
I used
So,
to
in
pay.
other words, you stick into their brain. The last time I spent Monero in Mexico, I could have got 3 times that Mescal now for the same Monero.
When I first got into Monero in 2022, I was paying 1.3 Monero a month for groceries, and now I'm paying like 600 Monero. So it went from 1.3 to 0.6 in like 2 years, and that's what I pay monthly for groceries now.
It's a beautiful thing. Direct hooker.
Need to recreate that. Need to recreate that Bitcoin meme with the grocery cart. I guess it's just to rip off the exact same thing, but yeah, it'll just gain value over time. Got to use.
Yeah, the other thing that I like to do is whenever I use Monero at a place that they don't even realize they're accepting it, I try to just point out that that has happened. You know, like, and that's wild. It's like, if you would have just accepted this Monero directly the last time I paid you with Monero, you would be up this much money. And that, like, that's I have this restaurant I go to all the time. And the first time I did it, they're like, whatever, there's the machine said I got dollars, and that's cool. And then I go and do it again, and they're like, oh, wait a minute. Like, because you show them, last time, this is my last transaction, I gave you this much, look at what it's worth now. If you would have just taken the Monero, you'd have more money now.
So you think it's more of a worry of losing out necessarily than an implied complexity of using a new system you're not familiar with?
Well, the thing is I'm the one engaging in the complexity because they didn't get a wallet. But their complexity, it doesn't really go up very much. My complexity goes down, but they stand to gain tremendously. I mean, it costs them nothing too, is the other thing. You get a wallet, I pay you with it, and then you just have it. You know, if you want to sell it back to me later too, you just give me a call. I'm on it. You know, it's like, I will always buy my Monero back every time.
Right?
I've shared this story on the show before. Swoops was there too. But the first day we were at Monerotopia, I cashed out a bunch of people for Monero, and they all wanted to sell everything. Actually, this happened 2 years in a row. And the second time, they wanted to keep some because they realized that they would have more pesos by this point. And by the time we left, there were people like, I would go and, can I buy some Monero off you? And like, no, I keep the Monero. I use the pesos. Like, because if people bought things with pesos, they would just spend the pesos again. And then I would get somebody who speaks Spanish and be like, can you explain Gresham's law to these people? And then just watching the light bulb, like, oh, like, it's.
That's really funny. But you're right. Like, I would rather keep a hold of my Monero and only use it for things that I need. I absolutely must have groceries. Therefore, I must spend my Monero on it, even if I don't want to. But I don't need a new iPhone every year. So I might not get a new iPhone every year. I might get it every 2 years or every 3 years instead, because if I'd held the Monero that long, I would have way more than a new iPhone's worth of value.
They still make iPhones? Who buys those?
I know, right?
I can't. I mean, I should change it to iPhones are cucked instead of stable coins are.
So there was something else I was thinking about bringing up too. I think that there's a really big cross section of people that are getting missed as far as being aware of Monero, that are a good candidate for interacting with. I tried reaching out a little bit. Haven't really had much luck so far. It hasn't been a strong effort, but I don't know if anybody's familiar with James Corbett. There's Steve, I can't remember his last name. There's a show, AM Wake Up.
Corbett
They
Report.
started this. Yep, correct. And they've all kind of started working on this thing. Whitney Webb, all those guys. I cannot remember what they're calling it. Last American Vagabond, all those guys. And they're starting to get together, do shows and stuff like that, and kind of communicate more and more. And just as an example, like AM Wake Up, Steve, he got sucked into some Solana coin, and I tried cutting him off at the bend and being like, hey, check this out. And every day I'd plug the XMRChat, try to get him to take the bait, at least look at what it was, and never had any luck. But so he got sucked into the Solana coin that's supposed to represent a token that's supposed to be on behalf of this group, and he doesn't understand anything about it. When the guy came out and talked about it, it was basically a confidence conversation. Talk about, oh yeah, we're gonna do all these great things, all this kind of stuff. But as soon as it got to the tokenomics, it just kind of got glossed over. You know how they do. And then by the end of it, he's invested a few $100s into it. So I mean, it's big picture, not a huge deal, but at the same time, for someone whose show is based on, donations, basically, that's a big chunk to take a chance on. And for them to, it seems like, and maybe they are aware of Monero, but, as much as they talk about getting out of, centralized systems and stuff like that, it just doesn't, I've never heard it come up, and I've been listening to them for, I think, 2 or 3 years pretty consistently. So, and I think I've mentioned on XmR Bazaar for Doug, as far as talking to Steve, I don't think I ever actually sent an email to give you guys the information, but I think that for anybody to be interested, reaching out to, Steve at AM Wake Up or, Key Lab or anything like that, I think it would be a really good way to kind of wedge into a really pretty decent sized group with a relatively good reach for, at least making them aware of that this tool is available to them.
I think the way onto, like, for example, the Corbett report would probably be Solutions Watch. So you show people exchanging with Monero instead, and that would be a good way in. And then the radio DJ guy, I forget his name, James Evan Pilato, that's his name. As far as the radio DJ, it's definitely going to be XMRChat. As far as the journalist, it's going to be the shutdown risk, the account security. The fact that they can't be debanked is going to be huge. And then as far as like the community builder people, a means of remote investment in things like property acquisition. So buying land in a foreign country is a fucking nightmare, right? But you can use Monero and teamwork to fund certain individuals into getting the land, and then you can build access rights contractually without having to navigate the government bureaucracy. It's something that I've been kind of working on right now for some of my own projects. A lot of the time, if you have an end goal and it doesn't necessarily have to do with truly like owning a deed to a property, you can cover almost all of your bases by just getting access rights, or tenant rights or something like that. And you can denominate that value in Monero, and you can show like a link between having given the funds with a view key. And so now your rights should be enshrined as per contract. which is a little complicated, but a lot of these people are trying to build like sustainable farms and 40-acre farms. It's kind of like the big thing in the corporate world. It's like, look at all the avocados I grew or whatever. Like that's kind of their thing. And that would be the way to do it, which is like you can do like access and tenant rights and then denominate the payments in Monero and buy rights to something by privately owning rights to it, not the land itself. I don't know who's going to actually go and inform those guys because I barely ever have time to come on Monero, but Monerotopia, but that's how it is.
Yeah, I might get a little more direct. Usually it's just a comment or something, just because I'm not, big on interacting with people. I'm not a real great public communicator, but yeah, it might be worthwhile. But I think just the banking alone should probably be a decent enough pointer for all of them across the board, more than likely, including all the viewers.
What are you about to say, Ulysses?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like with the mini monarchy guys, the James Evan Pilato, like I think they're a little bit more what's skeptical of crypto. So I think, seeing all the stories about like, the fucking Trump meme coins and that kind of gets lumped together with like XMR in their minds. So they probably need a little bit more convincing than other people.
The scams are my favorite part of crypto. It's because the more like dirt bags you can get tied up in the crypto economy, the harder it is to shut it down. So I think what we have is we have a shortage of plebs getting ripped off by politicians using crypto. Because if we can get enough of that, then they can't shut down the circular economy. And the on and off ramps of dumb BS like Trump coin, it's a very important vehicle for people to get into Monero, whether it be for laundering their gains or whether it be riding it long enough to migrate to real crypto. So I think we should congratulate our overlords on boosting our transaction volume for us. Thank you, overlords.
What about over in Europe? Like, what do you think the general attitude for getting adopted? Like, I mean, I don't know. As an American, I look at Europe and I'm like, oh, they're all just, sucking on government teats. They can't imagine getting off of that and like using crypto as it was intentionally, as it, peer to peer without a third party, saying like, yeah, you can do that. No, you can't.
I actually have a lot to say about this. This is part of a thesis I came up with a little while ago.
Wait, and let me add a second thing before you start going on a good sermon here. What
rant?
No, it's a sermon, man. You're preaching. The like, what tactics would be good for spreading, this in an environment like Europe where people are, in that mindset of like, oh, well, the government's here to help me.
So my theory, I can only say so much because it's couched in some like 4chan-y language. So I'm going to try to back off the throttle here a little bit. But I have this concept called the Goshenization of freedom. So if you dig into your Bible, so there's 4 Hebrew letters that make up the word Goshen. And each one of those letters has its own meaning. And if you dig in, it'll actually give you a better understanding of what I'm talking about to begin with. But I'm going to kind of fly over the surface for my less biblically literate colleagues here on the interwebs. So what Goshen is in the main story is one of the children of Jacob, Joseph. He goes to Egypt and he does some stuff and he becomes really cool with the Pharaoh. And then he gets this choice piece of land in Egypt. And then that choice piece of land ends up being very fruitful and productive and so on. And it becomes like kind of a center of thriving prosperity. And then even when the plagues happen, Goshen, I think they get 3 of the plagues, but then they don't get 7 of the plagues, if I remember. I don't remember the exact numbers, but the other thing is those same letters and words are used for the concept of the ark rising above the abyss, the abuso, or in this case, you'd think of it like the ocean rises or whatever. But the ark goes over the abyss. Well, it uses the same letters. It uses Goshen as this concept of staying out of the abyss, staying out of the tyranny in the case of Joseph, staying out of the wrath of God in the case of the people with Moses. But it's certain people congregating intentionally, sometimes more intentionally than others, to stay out of the shitstorm. Okay. Now, why this pertains to the whole Europe thing? Well, what ends up happening is the Egyptians also had these other slaves. So they had the Hebrew slaves and the Ethiopian slaves made up like the bulk, and Sudanese slaves made up the bulk of their slave class. Well, the Ethiopians and the Sudanese, they leave with the Hebrews because they see that they fared really well. And a lot of Egyptians too actually leave with the Hebrews because they see they fared very well and their God is great. And, but so why I call it the Goshenization. If the Monero economy is thriving and people who are engaging in it are avoiding these inevitable problems that come along with the baggage of tyranny. So the mind of the slave is excellent at rationalizing nonsense. All right. And they're really good at like maintaining their cognitive dissonance because God forbid I acknowledge that I'm retarded, right? They don't like to do that because their egos are huge and their brains are small. All right. So, but they also are greedy and lazy. So if they see you over here doing really well and they're doing really poorly, it will never be, I was too stupid to figure it out. It's they have that thing over there that's responsible for their success. And if what defines your community is we trade in Monero, whether it's for freedom or something else that they don't understand, they will say, well, what I need to do is I just need to enter that world so I can thrive because it's certainly not the merits of my own productivity. No, it's because they have that thing that I don't have, and that's why they're thriving. You see? So the slaves will find their way to the thing that allows them to stay within the circulation of the productive economy. Kind of like children will follow their mother because that's where the food comes from, but they won't acknowledge that their mother is what gave them the food. It's just there is food, and that woman is holding out on me until she gives it to me from the cupboard, or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter how they get there is the first thing that I want to stress. But the other thing is their own greed will get them there because they're lazy and they want stuff. And laziness and wanting stuff is how that got them there in the first place. You said it yourself. They're like, give me more government gibs, right? And then they see this other guy who's not doing well, and they're like, give them government gibs too. And those guys have everything. Take more from them and give it to me. If you're over here succeeding and they can't just steal it from you, then they're going to try to find a way to participate with you. Because they want what you have, because they're certainly, if it was meritocratic, they would already be thriving, right, in their mind. But the other thing is, how do we get them to do that? Well, that's you, bro. Like, you are the thing that Monero needs. We need people who are actually talented artists. People actually would like hanging out with Yuli, right? Spend enough time with Jake and you're gonna be all topped off, right? Nobody wants to hang out with Alaskanon for too long because it's like drinking from a fire hose sometimes, right? but Yuli, you could hang out with Yuli forever. Like, you want a couch, Yuli? Take my house, take my car, take whatever, you know. And that exposure to your art and to your conversations and your ability to get on their level and reason with them and understand what drives them and all that other stuff. People don't like what I do. Like, I just look at what they are and kind of pick it apart to see how it ticks and moves and all of that stuff. And then it's just like you put your inputs in to get the outputs that you want. Well, people don't like that. I mean, they don't have a choice, but they also don't like it, right? But you actually care what they like, and they like that. They like people who care about them, you know. So when you go out there and you say, I like Monero because it allows free people to succeed on their own merit, those people will say, well, I want to succeed and I have merit. I mean, they probably don't know what half of these words mean, so you might have to dumb it down a little bit, but you're very good at that. I was watching you in Monerotopia, man, you got skills at coming up with the right words for stuff. It's like absolute fire. The way that we get these people away from their Fed coin and into Monero is you have to show them that they have a chance to get what they deserve. And they don't necessarily have to know how little they actually deserve, you know, because God will humble them. We don't have to worry about that. All right. God is very good at that. He's been doing it for a while now.
Well, I gotta say, like, I think we talked about this a little bit in Monerotopia, but like I've had this dream kind of just rolling around in my head of like doing like cool guerrilla marketing campaign for Monero stuff and like air quotes hijacking some of those digital billboards to have some just really cool fucking art that's just, you know, hopefully makes people curious and be like, oh, what the hell is this thing? Why it's not trying to sell me on like, you know, my local hospital or, you know, lawyers or something like that, or Coke or some bullshit TV thing. It's just this weird piece of art hanging out on a digital billboard somewhere. So
you should
I like that idea of infiltrating normie space.
You should do something like what they did a couple of weeks back with the Bitcoin logo. They took like several thousand drones over, I think it was Houston or Austin or something like that, and they showed like the Bitcoin logo along with like different ads in the sky, like writing in the sky and stuff like that.
See, I like what Yuli is saying. They wouldn't get off our board, so we're not going to get off their billboards. Like, they didn't get off our boards. People on like internet chat rooms will understand what I'm saying.
And also just loads of stickers. Like, people need to be putting up stickers everywhere. Everybody needs to be sticker bombing stuff.
Yeah, it all definitely adds up. I'm curious too, because Ulysses, you did the artwork at Monerotopia. You guys had the embedded clues for puzzles and stuff. Were all those end up getting solved?
I have not gotten a single guess yet, so I might have to tweak some things. And yeah, it was a lot of fun making the puzzles, but as far as I can tell, nobody's made a guess at any of them.
Somebody should you should publish like the view keys, like the public address for the things, so that people can donate like Monero to them, which would give more of an incentive to actually solve them.
Yeah, I think next time I do this, we definitely need to big up the prize and the fact that there is a puzzle. But I think a lot of people at the event were just, happy to be at the event and not necessarily wanting to sit down and like work out a brain teaser. So.
Well, and like I have very minimal, not a big puzzle person, not real good at things that I'm not familiar with, stuff like that. So I wouldn't really know where to start. But I looked at a couple of the images, and I could tell there were some, symbols and whatever that obviously were part of what you'd embedded. But I mean, what's like something basic that would be kind of the first step in solving a couple of any of the puzzles? Is there a simple starting point that would allow someone that's basically a layman to stumble through it, or at least get to the point where they might think they've got something that fits?
Well, yeah, I think a basic kind of clue that we wanted to do was that they're all generally well-known ciphers and encryption methods. So, by searching, on the internet for, types of ciphers, you can look at the information, but okay, what kind of cipher is this? Does it match, Caesar cipher? Does it match, any of these other kinds that are known and that have been used historically, but are considered nowadays to be, lightweight work for a computer to figure out. So it's not like, super difficult, encryption things, but that would be one. So I think the three puzzles that I did for Monerotopia, they're all keyed ciphers, which means you have to use a key, whatever it might be, alphanumeric data, and then by inputting that and using the guessing the right cipher, it will decrypt the encrypted message that's hidden in all three puzzles.
Okay, so the cipher, would it exist on its own, like A equals whatever symbol, or is it something where you got to kind of figure out letter for letter what corresponds to what?
Yeah, basically. And also the other thing is, like, I hadn't thought of this at first, but I was talking with Doug, and then we're like, oh yeah, well, let's see if AI can solve it. And so we told AI, like, hey, look at this image and see if you can't solve this. And it was pointing out like start points in this image. Are these important? Are these significant? It looks like there's a bit of data in the corner here that looks important. Consider looking at that more. So I hadn't thought of that before, but like, fuck yeah, you can show pictures to AI and it can start pointing you on the right way to deciphering the puzzles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to bail, but it's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, guys, I think it's already 3:20. Probably gonna close it off here. I'm gonna see if there's any other super chats. I think I already read this one. XmR having integrations, messenger apps are better than it's having its own app IMO. Yep, true. Sudo tipped 10 cents on XmR Bazaar dev. Been able to create more categories for shipping prices would be greatly help us Euros. Currently, I can only create domestic, international, which is very limited for us Islanders. I see. That is a good suggestion.
Yeah, that's good. We'll try to keep track of that, or please submit that on XmR Bazaar in the contact us if you don't mind. But we'll try to put that on our list as well.
FD tipped 51 cents. When is Tux's next live stream? Want to see him try the new show hide feature for OBS and XMRChat. Maybe I'll have to do one at some point. I did do one a while back, which is literally just a test stream for XMRChat, and it had like no content. Or maybe I played Minecraft once. I don't remember what I did. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out again. It's gotten a lot of new features since I've looked at it last, so appreciate the tip.
All right, guys.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming on to Viewers on Stage. Appreciate y'all.
Looks like Monero is pumping a little bit here, right? How we doing?
Let's see. Let's take a little look.
By the way, Doug, really appreciate that messenger feature on XMR Bazaar with the being able to link it to my SimpleX.
Oh yeah,
I was able to respond to a message within 30 minutes, and I log into XMR Bazaar pretty frequently. But if I hadn't gotten that notification, it would have been several more hours before I would have looked. So it took it down from several hours to 30 minutes.
Yeah, I experienced the benefits of it right away because I connected it to my SimpleX, my Signal, and my Session app, and I don't really use Session at all, so I put it on like the highest level of alert so that it like breaks into my, like my phone beeps or whatever and buzzes and like shows me the message. I don't have notifications on anything else, so that's like, oh, got a message on XMR Bazaar. It's been quite useful. It does look like I feel like Monero is leading the pack in terms of the entire market at this point. Like as we watch crypto undulate up and down right now, it seems like Monero is the first mover leading things up and down. I don't know, maybe that's just my observation without any solid data. Obviously Bawdy could tell us more deeply, but that's kind of my anecdotal take. Right, because I mean, right now I'm even seeing it. Looks like it's starting to move back up and leading everything else.
In a way, I almost feel bad because we're literally profiting off of somebody else stealing someone's Bitcoin. But at the same time, I know Monero was about to break out of that specific range it was in, like Bawdy was saying. So it would have gone up, but not quite in the same degree that it did. So, thanks and sorry, I guess, to the person that lost their $300 million of Bitcoin.
And to this date, like we know that there's only been a few $1 million that have actually been washed into Monero. Right?
Yeah, there's only been maybe 10, 15 million.
Wow.
So yeah, out of that little amount had that big of an effect because the liquidity for Monero is so low. And the volume's typically super low. So yeah.
Frank Castle, this is the best show on the internet. All right. We got best show on the internet award. That's a hard one to get. It's a lot of competition.
Wow, thank you, Frank Castle. Almost sounds like Frank Castle.
Nice. All right, yeah, let's close it out here. It's a beautiful day where I am over here in the New York area. I hope you guys have beautiful weather days as well.
It was nice when I left, and now back home it's dreary and rainy and
and you left New York, man. Could have been hanging today. All right, guys. Yeah, I think now's a good time to close it out. Oh, wait, is there one more? Nope, you read that one already. Yeah, yep. Tux, I guess go ahead.
All right.
Let's close it out. We'll see you guys next week.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you